This is the Spectrum in Philadelphia, and a very happy Easter on a very warm Sunday, an electric atmosphere here, the 85th game of the season for Buffalo and Philadelphia for one, the final game. It's all over. The loser here today. The winner goes on to play the Boston Celtics, and this arena is really jived up. The two key players in the series have been George McGinnis of the 76ers and Bob McAdoo of Buffalo. And here are their thoughts on this series and today's deciding game.
The first game, we defended well. We shot the ball well. I think we shot like 55% for the game. We just played smart ball the whole way.
Friday night, we went up to Buffalo with the idea that there was no pressure on us, and we were going to win the ball game, and we won it, and we won it big. So I think in order for us to win today, we're going to have to be more aggressive, and I think that the people on our team now are relaxed. We've got a lot of people who haven't been in the playoff before, and we're going to be ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Don Crickey. Very happy to be joined today by Jerry West and by our CBS basketball editor, Sonny Hill. Jerry, you've been in a number of games in your 14 years in the NBA where it was all over. You went on to win an advance or win a championship, a game just like today's. Is there more pressure in a short series like this?
Don, I don't think there's any question there's more pressure. Both of these teams have played one bad ball game and happen to be on their own home court. In a 7-game series, you might play one bad ball game, but it can be anywhere you can get away with it. Here, I think the Philadelphia 76ers have the edge. They come off of a big win in Buffalo, and they're very confident. Buffalo has to be worried about coming back here and playing.
One important development is John Shoemate, who was believed to be seriously hurt Friday night at Buffalo, is okay. He's here, and he's going to start today.
Should be a big factor in this ball game for Buffalo.
Sonny Hill, you've got a good look at that first game on Thursday night here in the Spectrum when the 76ers, favored on their home court, were beaten pretty badly by Buffalo as the Braves played a great all-around team game away.
Yes, they did. McAdoo had a fantastic ball game, not just offensively, but he controlled the defensive boards in the second half. He had 15 rebounds second half, 21 for the ball game, and he was just a devastating player. The Sixers had a lot of problems in the fourth quarter when McGinnis only scored 4 points and Freddie Carter only scored 2. Highlights of that particular ball game. The Buffalo Braves were a very aggressive basketball team, and they moved the ball well. Here's what aggressive basketball is all about. But this time, the Sixers were able to come up with the steal. But Shoemate again showed aggressive play by coming up with a play that helps the ball club to sustain the kind of aggressiveness that's important in any key playoff game. Here's Freddie Carter taking his man to the basket. And Freddie was a devastating player for 3 quarters in the ball game and disappeared in the fourth quarter. Ernie D came off the bench, and he played a good ball game for the Braves. Ball goes inside to Mack, and Mack was doing that all night in that particular ball game.
And then they came right back up to Buffalo the next night, 2 nights ago. That was Friday night. And the 76ers did not win a game, I don't think, Sonny, in about a month on the road, and they just played a brilliant basketball game and even the series.
Well, they only won 12 games all season on the road, and it was a reversal of form for McGinnis and Carter. McGinnis had a fantastic ball game. He scored 16 field goals, and Freddie Carter scored over 20 points in that ball game, and they are the 2 keys on the 76er ball club offensively, because the Sixers are an offensive ball club more than a defensive team. Highlights of that particular ball game show the 76ers with just good aggressive play and more or less taking the game to the Buffalo Braves. That jump shot outside is indicative of that. Joe Bryant came off the bench, and he played very well. He's a rookie. Lloyd Free is another rookie who came off the bench as a third guard and played well. Here's a good pass into Steve Mix, and Mix, the ball player that I call a grinder, takes him to the backboard, shoots the ball, follows it up, and then he takes it right back to the basket. And that's the kind of aggressive play that the Sixers did not have in the first ball game, but did have in the second. George McGinnis is just a devastating ball player. When he has this jump shot going, then you know you cannot stop George McGinnis. He had it going in this particular ball game. He had 16 field goals at a time that his team needed those 16 field goals.
All right, Sonny, our friend Jerry West likes Philadelphia today. How about you?
I think Philadelphia has the advantage because of the home court, and I think McGinnis and Carter will have big ball games. They are the key. Shoemate is another person that we have to look at because of the fact that he had the injury. If he can play well, it could make a difference in the ball game.
Okay. Now let's go over to Jerry West, who's standing by with the 2 opposing coaches, Jack Ramsey of Buffalo and Gene Shue of the 76ers.
Okay, we're with the 2 coaches, and in a special short 3-game series like this, I think there's always something that a coach tries to get across to the players. Jack, what do you have to say about that?
Well, Jerry, you obviously have to win the game. That's the important thing. It's a 1-1 series right now. This is the last game of the series. The team that wins continues. The team that loses goes home. We don't want to go home.
Thank you, Coach, and good luck today. Okay. Gene, your ball club today. You're coming home. You come off a tremendous win, maybe your best ball game this season. Anything special you said to your ball club?
Yes, lots of things, Jerry, but one of the most important things, of course, is for our team to have good concentration on the defense throughout the game. We feel that we have to give a solid performance on that end of the floor for 48 minutes.
You had a great rebounding effort throughout this series. You look for that to continue today.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's, you know, this is a do-or-die situation. The Buffalo team is ready, of course, and so are we. I don't know how the breaks are going to go in the game.
Okay, let's go back to Don Criqui. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. And, of course, standing by up in Massachusetts, watching this game very intently are those Boston Celtics. They'll be playing the winner of today's game in a best-of-7 Eastern semifinal series. We'll have more on the Celtics and their great team over the years as the NBA today continues.
It takes great hitting to win in this league, Jimmy.
And it takes great pitching, huh, Jim?
All I know is it took Schlitz to bring the taste to life.
Introducing Schlitz Light Beer. Less filling and 1/3 fewer calories than our regular beer, but all the taste you'd expect from Schlitz.
It took Schlitz to bring the taste to light.
And it takes great fielding.
Lafayette has been in the business of audionics for 55 years. So when we talk about home stereo systems, or citizen band radios,
Avoid traffic on the North Road.
or radios in general,
Good morning, folks. It's 8 a.m.
or car stereos, we have to say, electronically speaking, who knows better than Lafayette?
With the start of the NBA playoffs, CBS Sports will be programming 5 hours of pro basketball today. During the course of our telecast, we also hope to show you different aspects surrounding some of the teams and the players you'll be seeing right throughout the playoffs. One club of the so-called second season is the Boston Celtics, and Mendy Rudolph visited the Celtics home this past week for an inside look at one reason behind their greatness.
You don't have to be a Boston Celtic fan to appreciate the ecstasy and artistry that went into winning these championship banners. And you don't have to be a Celtic fan to appreciate how much John Havlicek has contributed to the Boston mystique. From the moment he steps into the Celtic locker room to dress for a game, John Havlicek is all pro. And if there is a legend surrounding the Celtics, Havlicek embodies that spirit to the admiration and respect of rivals and teammates alike. Celtic coach Tommy Heinsohn has known Havlicek as a teammate and as his roommate.
Well, John was not your swinger type of guy. I'll say that. You know, I mean, he would read the Bible, and he was at one stage he would say his prayers every day, and that sounds like a lot of hokum, but he was very fervent in what he believed, and he was a clean-cut guy, and he would. To this day, I think it's held him in good stead. My funniest thing about John Havlicek, living with him and seeing him in the locker room, is that he's the only guy I've ever seen in pro sports that has to have a hanger for each sock. I don't think any of my lifestyle rubbed off on him, and let's hope some of his rubbed off on me.
I know you roomed with Tommy Heinsohn when you first broke into the league, and your lifestyles were quite different. Tom mentioned possibly that you were a Bible reader during those days.
Well, I don't know about that. As far as being religious, I don't think I'm overly religious or anything like that, but there is one booklet that I do read every day. It's called The Upper Room, and it's sort of a structural thing that I use as a guideline from time to time, and I feel that, you know, throughout the league, sometimes things like this are overlooked, but I feel it's been a very important part of my life. Philosophically, I'm very simple. I think that if you can put more rights on your side of the ledger than wrongs, you're going to be much better off in life, and that's what I try to accomplish.
Red Auerbach has been with John since the beginning.
Well, actually, John personified everything we've tried to build over the years on the Celtic image, the Celtic pride, the Celtics' desire to win. He just exemplified all of it. He was a clean liver. He set a good example in everything he did. He didn't do with his mouth, he did with his actions. The difference is class. It's a desire to win, and he's got this class, whether it's in his dress, his behavior, his action, his attitude towards his teammates, his ability to be a soft-spoken leader.
Beth, you know John Havlicek better than anybody else in this whole world.
Right.
Tell us a little something about him.
Well, something that always amuses me is that he's always known for his quickness on the court, and he is so slow around the house. Everything else about him is, he goes at a snail's pace.
Now, when you see John Havlicek play as a Celtic, do you ever sort of look at him as a player and not as your husband? He is now part of a five-man team.
Yes, I do. Especially when we were first married, I'd watch him on television. It almost seemed as though he was someone else.
There are things he does on the floor that no human should be capable of doing. I mean, he's been a marvel. His stamina and his ability to play 40-something minutes a ball game at a furious pace. I don't think everybody that's ever seen him play comes away with that impression. His diving on the floor for loose balls, you know, when he was a great player. There are a lot of great players, all pro players, that would never even consider doing that. I think the biggest thing that the league has missed in giving John his just due is that they never named him the most valuable player when he deserved to be it many, many times. But his biggest contribution, I think, to our ball club is that if John Havlicek can dive on the ball, the floor for a loose ball, then the rookies better do it too. They all know that he wants to win. You know, Havlicek is aware of being a star. I'm not saying that he's a totally modest individual in the least sense of the word, but he carries it with great distinction and modesty in the true sense of the word. And I think right now Havlicek, more than anything else, would like to be the guy that played the most number of games in the NBA, and I think he's going to try and do it.
You see, the load at the present time is a lot on his shoulders. He's been through all the years that we won it. We have a number of legends. We have a lot of numbers on our flags that have been players that retired. But he's in the mold of a Cousy and a Russell and a Havlicek. Then you have other great players. But those three, I must be very frank and say that at the present time, they are the outstanding as far as contributing towards winning. John is out there to win. And that's the whole key. It's not out there to look good or make these kind of moves that in some way may affect the game and may not. His aim is to win, and anything he can do to help any player or anything out there, he's going to do it because he knows what it is to win, and he loves to win.
If you think Red is just tossing bouquets around, then watch John Havlicek through the playoffs. That's when he's at his best. A money player in the tradition of the Celtic green. Mendy Rudolph for CBS Sports in Boston.
Back in Philadelphia, we're almost ready to go. The pressure is really on. The heat is on, literally, from a pressure standpoint. And it's a very warm day in Philadelphia, so that's going to take its toll as the game wears on. This, of course, is the game that decides who goes on vacation and who advances against the Boston Celtics. So stay with us. We're moments away from the opening tip-off as the NBA Today continues.
We're dropping a Dayton radio to show you how rugged a Dayton tire can be.
Demonstrations are okay, but you need to know me, your Dayton tire dealer. I'm a pro. You'll get a good deal on the Dayton tire that's right for the way you treat tires, not some guy in a helicopter. So drop in. Yeah, drop in at your nearby Dayton Tire Center and see your Dayton Tire Pro.
Your Dayton Tire Pro, he's the guy to know.
Zebco's new 33XBL has the finest spin cast features in a conventional size reel. Convenient, sensitive thumb touch drag, stainless steel ball bearing smoothness, interchangeable right or left hand retrieve. Zebco's new 33XBL with all the features fishermen want most. Reels and rods, camping equipment, Ben Pearson Archery. From Zebco, the folks you fish with.
The NBA on CBS will continue after this word from your local station. CBS Reports goes inside public television for a look at its search for audience and support, and a look at how tax dollars are spent. Tuesday night at 10, 9 Central on CBS.
Announcing a super tire sale, the high-performance mobile radial tire, on sale now at special low prices at all participating mobile dealers.
In 1972 in Africa, a war was stopped so the soldiers could see him play.
The Wiz, winner of 7 Tony Awards, including Best Musical.
He's on down the road. He's on down the road. Come on, he's on down the road. Come on, he's on down the road.
Ease on down to the Majestic Theater and see Broadway's new hit musical version of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. The Wiz is a wow.
Drugs were a part of their past, but now they've got something better. Reach out and support Aurora Concept.
Channel 2, New York.
Give it all you got, take your very best shot, and may the best team win. The time is now, the name of the game is action. They're on the floor and they're ready to score, so let the game begin. And let's see how the ball's gonna bounce today. Welcome to NBA. Come on and join the rest of the crowd. There's another classic about to come your way. You'll see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA.
The NBA on CBS is sponsored by the STP Corporation, makers of STP oil treatment and other fine products for your car.
When you watch the NBA on CBS.
Back at Philadelphia, the 76ers are being introduced. There is their head coach, Gene Shue, looking on. Very, very high level of tension in the crowd, and certainly in those locker rooms, Jerry, before the game, they were really, really quiet, tension-filled places, and understandable.
Don, I really think you can get the feel if you watch the 76ers as they're introduced. I have never seen this much emotion from a team at this stage of a playoff. They're in a mini-series. They're really up for this game. They think they can win it.
Well, Buffalo, of course, is greatly encouraged by the return of John Shumate, who, as we know, suffered that very serious injury Friday night, was checked out by a neurosurgeon, got a clean bill of health last night. He is going to be playing after a day in the hospital. He's got about 6 stitches over his left eye, but he's ready to go on, and he apparently is going to start the game.
I think what it will do for Buffalo is give another player that they can use in there, but also lets Buffalo use John Shumate in the middle, which is really his position. Lets McAdoo free to roam outside on offense, also free to roam inside on defense where he can be effective in blocking shots.
We are set to go. There's the Buffalo Braves huddle around their head coach, Jack Ramsey. He first gained prominence as a basketball coach here at St. Joe College in Philadelphia. And you look now at how they match up. A lot of the people involved in this game think the key matchup today is going to be not only McGinnis and Shumate, but Mix and McMillan. When Jim McMillan is playing a good all-around game and getting the ball, Buffalo's awful tough. Catchings and McAdoo. Catchings a defensive player. McAdoo, of course, the premier scorer in the league. And then the backcourt, great quickness. Doug Collins and Fred Carter for the 76ers. And for the Buffalo Braves, Randy Smith and Ken Charles. Jack Ramsey sends his team out, and we're set to go. This is the third and deciding game of this series. The winner to go on against the Boston Celtics. There are your officials, Jake O'Donnell and Manny Sokol, with Huey Evans, the alternate. They're going to be going flat out for 48 minutes. The whole season is on the line, and this is the 85th game of the year for both teams. 82 regular season games, and now this third playoff game of the qualifying round. Harvey Catchings, the Philadelphia center, has been a very invaluable player. He doesn't score many points, but he does so many things so well, particularly plays defense. They think he's a key. Buffalo comes right out quickly, works the good play, backdoor, and it's Jim McMillan down the baseline of the court, and the Braves jump out to a quick 2-0 advantage.
Coach Jack Ramsey said you're going to see their guards pick up Philadelphia's guards up very high because they want to force McGinnis to get the ball out deeper to start his move.
Carter looking for the lane, shut off by Ken Charles, and now as he starts to go up, Fred Carter is called for a travel, and the ball turns over to the Buffalo Braves. We are at the outset of the game as the Braves, with the home court not yet prevailing in this series. In fact, that game you saw yesterday, Cleveland and Washington, was the first time in the Eastern playoffs that the home team has won when the Cavaliers beat Washington. Tapped up, no good. The rebound is swept down by Harvey Catching. Randy Smith at 6'3" was way up over everybody but couldn't get the tip. And now, the ball on the outside. Shoemate starting the game and playing against him. He's got to play McGinnis very aggressively when he does not have the ball, because once he gets it, he can get the shot. And now, foul inside, as these officials will have to be ruling a very tight game to keep it from getting out of hand. Every playoff game, as you know, is so aggressive, but particularly when the whole season's on the line like today.
I think particularly inside, because these teams have big players inside, and they need that consistent officiating inside early.
Harvey Catchings goes down low and gets the first point of the game for the 76ers. And now as Randy Smith takes it the distance, lays the ball off glass for 2 points, the basket will go. There's a foul on the play.
Well, you're talking about the early in the show, just what they were trying to do inside. Here is Philadelphia on the last play, just a pick and roll on the inside. Defenses have to be ready and alert for that play.
Randy Smith at the free throw line now for the Buffalo Braves. Averaging 19 points a game in the playoff series, averaged over 20 points a game during the regular season. He has not shot well in the late stretches of the regular season and throughout the playoffs. Here is Doug Collins on the outside as the Braves have a 5-2 lead. And again, it starts to the basket. Here is a whistle and a foul call. It'll go against Shoemate. Basket disallowed, foul prior to the shot.
You know, the first ball game that they played here in Philadelphia, John Shoemate did a very fine job on George McGinnis, and then, of course, McGinnis exploded with the big ball game in Buffalo to put that game away for the 76ers. But if you'll notice this ball game, notice how aggressive the Buffalo guards are outside. They're really on the Philadelphia guards.
George McGinnis does not get the roll. Ken Charles at 6'3" takes down the rebound and leads the breakdown for Buffalo. On the outlet on the right side, Captain Jim McMillan firing up from 18 feet away, and McMillan gives the Braves a 7-2 lead. As Buffalo moves out quickly to a 5-point advantage, Gene Shue and the 76ers want to talk this thing over. Buffalo playing a very planned game. You see how they're attacking the 76ers. They are looking to run, and they're getting that man down low before the Sixers can revert to defense. Philadelphia's problem this year has been the defense. Their coach, Gene Shue, said a lot of times, we played the Matador defense this year, just waved them on by.
New cars, new cars. All I really need is a good set of wheels that gets good gas mileage. Now the wife, she's got to have full-size comfort. And the kids, got to have plenty of room for their kids and trunk space for the trip. But hey, who could afford a car like that?
You could, my friend, if the car is a 1976 Oldsmobile Delta 88. It's surprisingly affordable. Can we build one for you?
Lennox goes to great lengths to bring you heating and cooling systems that conserve fuel. Right, Dave Lennox?
Right. Innovations. That's how Lennox does it. Take our Fuel Master heat pump. When connected to electric, oil, or gas furnaces, it heats and cuts heating costs up to 20%. And it air conditions automatically. Interested? Call us. We're in the Yellow Pages. We'll tackle any job.
Taiwan NASCAR, Dave. Penny Halleck.
Sorry, we never got your reservation. Surprise!
You get enough surprises when you travel. That's why Holiday Inn thinks the best surprise is no surprise. You know you'll get a reservation you can count on and a big, comfortable room at a comfortable price. There are 152 special standards for rooms, reservations, restaurants that let you know at every Holiday Inn the best surprise is no surprise.
Back of the spectrum now. The Braves break their huddle with Jack Ramsey and come out into a full court press. They get a steal. Here's McAdoo going to the basket. His first shot of the game is up. He does not get the roll. Did not pass off at man on either flank. McAdoo forcing a shot, could not get the roll. And the 76ers get the ball. Here comes Fred Carter with it. It is a 7-2 game Buffalo right here at the outset. Looks down low, and George McGinnis goes up, takes the alley-oop pass, and lays it in for his first points of the game.
Well, there's a powerful man when he gets the ball underneath. You just simply can't stop him when you get down there.
Randy Smith scouts down the lane, but couldn't get a shot down low to Shoemate against McGinnis. Puts McGinnis in the air with a fake. The ball is blocked by Carter. And then Carter held Shoemate from getting the ball. There's no foul call, but now here's the whistle. Let's watch George McGinnis a moment ago.
Notice just simply going away from the ball in the backdoor play, how strong he is to put it in under the basket.
It was ruled last touch by the 76ers. The Braves inbound the ball. Shoemate looks down low. Here's Smith. McAdoo's down low, cutting across the lane. Outside they go to Charles, forces a 25-foot shot. And the 76ers start to run a control break as McGinnis slows it up. Buffalo getting back very quickly. McGinnis handles the ball a tremendous amount of the time. And despite leading the 76ers in scoring, was a very poor percentage shooter by today's NBA standards this year. He shot under 42% for the year.
Well, Don, I really think the reason maybe George McGinnis did not shoot a very good percentage, some of his shot selections are questionable. As the season has gone on in the NBA, his shot selection has become a lot better. But when he's shooting outside, he's an impossible man to stop.
Gene Shue is up talking about the 24-second clock. Apparently he didn't feel it started on time last time Buffalo had the ball. Now as the 76ers inbounds the ball, it's a 7-4 ball game. The Buffalo Braves are in the lead. First quarter, this game decides who advances against Boston. Doug Collins, the best percentage shooter in the backcourt in the entire NBA, rifles it up from the baseline, and now it's a one-point game. The Braves lead cut to 1. In the last game at Buffalo, the 76ers literally wore Buffalo down physically. McAdoo puts the ball up, and McAdoo arcs it up and over. His defensive man, Mix. They've got Mix on McAdoo down low.
Well, really what happened on that play was that Harvey Catchings was screened away from the ball. McAdoo was wide open for the shot.
Harvey Catchings out-hustles the Braves to the ball. They were waiting for somebody to take it. It was all theirs, and then now Ken Charles comes down with a second defensive board, a backcourt player. Leads the break 4 men back for Philadelphia. Randy Smith, what a great fake, and he puts the ball up but can't get the roll. McAdoo gets the ball knocked away nicely by Mix. Here come the 76ers. Bounce lead goes to Fred Carter, shut off by Charles. Looks for an open man, cutting down low. There's nobody there. Now baseline again, they go to Mix. Too much on it. Shoemate fields the air ball and goes to Randy Smith. Buffalo keeping the heat on a running, fast-breaking game. Carter with a clean steal from Randy Smith, challenging Shoemate. And Fred Carter takes it down and is knocked down hard. John Shoemate and Steve Mix ready to square off and are quickly separated. Got two big guys ready to tee off, and of course that means adios for the afternoon.
Down on that particular play, when Shoemate was trailing the play, and you'll get a pretty good look of it here. Watch Steve Mix now. He shoved Shoemate pretty good in the back, if you can see there. And Shoemate didn't like it one bit.
I don't think, Jerry, we've seen the test of that stuff.
Now, today, this ball game, you might see a lot of that. These teams both want this ball game. No one wants to go home and end their season here today.
Time to get down.
You better believe it.
McAdoo, jump passing over in the corner. McMillan arcs it up. He just got too much on it. Ball in play off the top. Charles trying to get the backboard. And the ball caroms off, and here comes Collins for the 76ers. Doug Collins puts the shot up, and again he pumps it in. Quickest 6'6" that's ever played the game, they say. Doug Collins, a former #1 draft choice in the entire NBA out of Illinois State. Kenny Charles comes down low, draws the foul as the 76ers now have a 1-point lead, 10-9.
This ball game is really a very quick ball game so far. Both teams up and down the floor. This pace is really terrific. They're going to have a lot of substitutes in this ball game probably today.
Well, yeah, watch it. It's a track meet early in the game. We have 7:26 to go in the first quarter. Shoemate out high. Lots of motion down low. Lots of pushing and a foul call. It'll be on the 76ers. Harvey Catchings, Jerry.
Harvey Catchings away from the ball is holding Bob McAdoo. Since Buffalo's got John Shoemate, they are setting a lot of screens with Shoemate involved. They're moving McAdoo much farther out on their offense, and he's getting a lot more shots outside now.
McMillan puts it up too far. He missed it all. Lead pass goes up court to Doug Collins. 3 Buffalo Braves are back. Collins fires again. Rebound tapped over to McAdoo. Gets the ball to Randy Smith, fastest player on the court. Fastest player in the league. And Randy Smith alley-oops the ball up, in and out. 76ers have the ball. 3-on-2 and overmatch. Look at Smith come from off the play. McGinnis, wild shot. Whacked off the backboard. Smith comes back down the other end, has the ball. Harassed by Steve Nicks. Double teamed by Carter. Inside to McMillan. Takes it down. Draws the two-shot foul.
Very good movement of the ball by Buffalo. They were double teamed over there. Jimmy McMillan moving well without the ball. Gets the ball. Cuts to the basket. Here's a double team. Here's McMillan driving to the basket. Notice him use his body. He's hit by catching. He's going to have a chance to convert 2 free throws.
The game is tied at 10, and of course there is more great NBA playoff basketball in an exact situation like this existing today in Milwaukee, where the Pistons of Detroit and the Bucks of Milwaukee will play in a third and deciding game of that qualifying series, the winner to go on to play defending champion Golden State. And Brent Musburger and Mendy Rudolph are standing by in Milwaukee. When this game is over, we go there. Here's McGinnis up and in, draws the foul. 76ers lead by 1, and McGinnis can shoot for the three-point play.
Don George McGinnis shows you what unbelievable strength he has as a basketball player. He just knocks bodies out of the way, picks it up, those big pair of hands of his, makes the basket, going to try to convert the three-point play.
Jake O'Donnell said somebody got in the lane too quickly. It was a 76er, and so the ball goes over to Buffalo. And before the Braves can put it in play, there's a timeout called on the floor. We have 6 minutes and 35 seconds left to play in the first quarter, and that's how it stands as you see. After Buffalo jumped out to a 7-2 lead, it is now a 12-11 game. The 76ers in the lead.
I started drinking light beer from Miller a couple of years ago. I started drinking it because I heard it was less filling. But you know something? I kept on drinking because it tastes so great. Now, I don't care what you guys like about it, as long as you like it.
Hello, Mickey. Got a light?
Sure, doll. What's a nice girl like you doing in a commercial like this?
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
Hi, gang. No, this ain't a beer. It's STP oil treatment. I take care of my own cars, and I've been using STP for the last 10 years. The troops at STP tell me it makes your oil tougher, even a premium 10W40. And it helps reduce engine wear and you burn less oil. What I'm telling you is it works. And you can take that to the bank.
In passing tests certified by the United States Auto Club at various road speeds, it was shown that Ford's Pinto Pony, even with its road-hugging weight, moved out and passed faster than Datsun B210, faster than Chevette, and faster than Toyota Corolla. Yet Pinto Pony still gets great mileage ratings. This kind of performance helps make Pinto the best-selling small car in America at your Ford dealer.
Back in the Spectrum in Philadelphia, Dancing Harry, who supports the 76ers, all done up in that modern 42nd Street getup.
Don, it really goes to show you. I've seen Dancing Harry support 3 teams that have been in a playoff. He never was a loser.
Changes allegiances, doesn't he?
He sure does. Very quick.
They used to have him around Madison Square Garden, and he left there. Now, Randy Smith, Fred Carter start to push a little bit.
This is the thing that Jack Ramsey said they were going to try to do. Really pick them up, and they force a turnover.
Tell you, boy, that's textbook basketball. They harassed the inbounds man, got the ball, and he slapped it right off it. It is a 12-11 game. The 76ers with a 1-point lead. The loop pass goes into Catchings. Down low, it's wide open. McGinnis posted down low against McAdoo, and here's George McGinnis fading away. Shoemate goes to the moon to get the ball, but can't hold down, and the Sixers will bring it in from beneath their own basket.
If you can watch where George McGinnis will catch the ball, he'll catch the ball in deep and try to face inside real quick to make the quick move to the basket.
Catchings with the offensive rebound and the roll, and the Philadelphia 76ers take a 3-point lead. It is 14-11. We're in the first quarter, 6:10 to play in it. Randy Smith outside. Carter looking flicking his head to either side, see if there's room to drive. Randy Smith has it as he takes a hard rap from Steve Mix, but there was a foul call prior to that on Fred Carter. That's his first one.
One thing I think Buffalo will try to do in this ball game with Randy Smith particularly, if Fred Carter's matched against him the whole game, I really feel that maybe Randy Smith can drive by Carter and break down the defense, either get to the free throw line or lay it off to Bob McAdoo for an easy shot inside.
They got that going early at the outset. They got it down low as open. Now it is a 14-13 game. The 76ers with a 1-point lead in the basketball. Carter goes to McGinnis. Cut off nicely by McAdoo, who stepped in the way he was looking to drive. Doug Collins looks to go down the lane against Randy Smith. Fred Carter gets the ball out, and again we have a pushing match inside. Here's a foul call. Basket counts.
I'll tell you one thing. If I were a little guy, I would very surely stay out from under the basket. If you look under the basket, they are absolutely hammering each other under there.
Harvey Catchings will go to the free throw line as the personal foul on the play was on Bob McAdoo. That's his first one. Both teams in the penalty situation. And the 76ers lead by 4, 17-13. We have 5:43 to play in the first quarter. Randy Smith looks to the outside. McAdoo almost loses the ball. Good hands at 6'10". Picked that thing right up on the guard. Now he throws it away to Steve Mix. Here come the Sixers. Doug Collins. Racehorse basketball, and Doug Collins on the basketball. It turns it over to Buffalo.
Doug Collins, I think, had made up his mind to drive, and the defender picked him up early on that particular play, and he had nowhere to go, and he carried the ball. It was a very good call by the officials.
Yeah, they're right on top of this game. This is a tough one to call. All the playoff games are. Now McAdoo goes outside of Jim McMillan. He 6 points for the Braves. Randy Smith jumps over everybody and arcs it on through. And the Braves come back to within 2 points at 17-15. Randy Smith is now the leading scorer in the game. He has 7 points for Buffalo. McGinnis has 5 for Philadelphia. Catchings 4, Carter 4, Collins 4. Mix goes to the hoop. Basket is disallowed. No basket, says Manny Soko. And a charge is called on Steve Mix. He's a great success story. Played with Detroit, was cut. Was cut by 3 teams one season, started in the Continental League, started all over, and last year was an NBA All-Star.
Just an unbelievable story in itself. To see a player get out of basketball and come back and make it as big as he has.
Ken Charles forces a shot. Jim McMillan, offensive rebound, cannot get it to go on the second time up, but Shumate takes it. And John Shumate, a 56% shooter, gets the ball up and in, and the Buffalo Braves come back to tie the game at 17. Mix, that's a hard pick, and a foul is called by Ken Charles. And the way these punches are going off, there's going to be some people on the bench before the fourth quarter is very old.
Don, they are really setting some great screens. I'm talking about the 76ers. George McGinnis got a big body. Steve Mix got a big body. And Harvey Catchings got a big body. Set some great screens. They're freeing a lot of people down there, and the officials are going to have to be careful that they're not moving on those screens.
I think, Jerry, it's also going to depend greatly who's got what on the bench, because there's no way that this tempo can keep up. It's a very warm day here in Philadelphia, and they're going to have to start substituting. The first one is coming into the game now since it began. Bob Weiss is coming in the backcourt, replacing Ken Charles, who just got his 3rd personal foul for the Braves.
Well, Bobby Weiss will give some very good intelligence out there. Moves the basketball around, only takes good shots. I'm sure they'll try to get the ball a little bit more to McAdoo. He hasn't had many shots so far in this game.
Bobby Weiss comes in right off the bench, arcs in the left hand of the Buffalo Braves, tie the game again at 19. Fred Carter with the ball, hawked by Weiss on the outside. Loop inside, back out to Carter. McGinnis, who plays anywhere he wants to, comes out high now. Ball is tipped away from Collins, no foul. Long lead pass to Randy Smith, tipped away by McGinnis, picked up by Collins, knocked away by George McGinnis, and they start back the other way. Here's Doug Collins. That's his own offensive rebound, and Doug Collins works his way into the lane. Boy, he can play basketball.
He really can. He gives you a great effort all the time, and this man is 6'6" and one of the quicker guards in the league.
They call him a New West.
Well, he's really quite a basketball player, and he's young, too. He's going to get better.
He's got the great attitude. McAdoo fires one up, gets the rebound inside of McMillan. They played team basketball, but the basket is disallowed as there was a foul prior to Jim McMillan's shot on the inside. And now John Shoemate has gone very hard when it was expected he'd not play at all today, is going to the sideline to rest. And Dale Schluter's coming in to spell him with the 76ers in the lead, 21-19. Penalty shot in effect as McAdoo goes to the free throw line for Buffalo. McAdoo has only 2 points so far, but as you know, Jerry, throughout the course of the season, when McAdoo scored 20 or 25 points and not 40 and 45, Buffalo invariably wins the game.
I think what they were doing then was moving their offense around a little bit, and I think the key player in this ball game for Buffalo is Jimmy McMillan. If they can get him the ball game early with the good movement on their offense, he's going to hurt Philadelphia's team.
That's just what Gene Shue said before the game. He said if McMillan is in the game, if Smith and McAdoo are giving up the ball, Buffalo is so tough because when McMillan's in the game, everybody is. Doug Collins has the ball. The 76ers with a 1-point lead. Here's McGinnis looking to shoot. Passes off to Collins again. He arcs it up. Missed it all, but Mix hustles and gets the rebound and puts it up. Great pursuit of the ball by Steve Mix, who is working so hard underneath. Jack Ramsey out looking.
If you didn't get a good look at it, the reason he got the ball, he just threw Bobby. Look, he just throws Bobby Weiss out of the way. Gets in underneath. Should have been a foul in that play. Mix, very definitely foul.
He can give the 76ers a 4-point lead. The penalty shot in effect. He'll get the second. Steve Mix now at 4 points. Very balanced scoring by the 76ers. Catchings, Mix, and Carter have 4. Collins has 6. McGinnis has 5. Randy Smith with 7 for Buffalo. Jim McMillan with 6. Rebound on the missed second shot comes down to Schluter, and here's Bob Weiss. 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. 3-point game, Philadelphia. Buffalo led at the outset 7-2. This is Don Criqui with Jerry West and Sonny Hill. As expected in Philadelphia, it's all on the line here today. Randy Smith, an acrobat, arcs one up off the spin and gives Buffalo into it from the point. Doug Collins breaks down the baseline of the court. He is so tough. He is so fast for his height.
Don, the one thing that Doug Collins can do, he's got the outside shot, but he takes the ball to the basket as well as any guard in the league.
McAdoo comes right back. The Mad Bomber hits it from the deep outside. First long one of the day for McAdoo. There'll be more. Here's McGinnis laying it up. He cannot get the roll. Great drive, but no shot. Rebound McAdoo. Here's Bob Weiss. Again, the 76ers with a 1-point lead, and Buffalo with a chance to take the lead. McAdoo, not quite enough there. And the rebound comes down to McGinnis as Collins went down hard. Up court to Carter, tries to drive on Randy Smith. Smith playing nice defensive basketball against Fred Carter, who will put it in the air the minute he's got an opening. Here's Catching going more offensive-minded here today, and Harvey Catching plays it off flat. He now has 6, and it's a 3-point lead for the Philadelphia 76ers, and now Jake O'Donnell is calling a foul.
Freddie Carter held in the backcourt. Bobby Weiss, they're trying to press them all over the court, and many times like that, after an inbounds play, you're going to see a foul. Officials are right on top of it.
And Don Adams now comes into the game for Buffalo, and Joe Bryant is in the game for the 76ers. Joe Bryant, who was the #1 draft choice at Golden State. They couldn't reach an agreement, and then the 76ers made a deal for him, signed him. He played at LaSalle College here in Philadelphia.
2 to make 1, let it leave his hand.
Bobby Weiss now has 2 chances to make 1. Twice a good basketball player. You don't hear a thing about him, but he can play.
Well, Bobby Weiss is a really good basketball player. He's one of those kind of players that you really need on your team. He gives you good intelligence on the floor. He does not make mistakes. He takes care of the basketball, and if you ask him to run your offense, he'll do that for you.
Bob Weiss on the penalty situation brings Buffalo back to within 1. It's been that way all along. Buffalo had a 5-point lead early. Philadelphia moved out in front by 4 a little bit later, but then it's been back and forth. A 1-point game, Sixers in the lead. 1:40 to go in the first quarter. A very high-pressure game. You'd expect nothing less. This game that will decide who goes on vacation and who advances in the playoffs. And here is another whistle inside, and we'll have a foul call against the Buffalo Braves. First call of the day on Dale Schluter. Bob Weiss gets the personal foul. Carter at the free throw line, Jerry.
Freddie Carter was trying to back Bob Weiss in down deep. They're in the penalty situation. He feels he can jump over him, as Carter can do a lot of guards in this league, and Weiss reached it in from behind and fouled him.
Freddie Carter's another guy. Real success story. Went to Ben Franklin High School in Philadelphia. Didn't have any scholarships. Worked at a job in Philly. Got one at Mount St. Mary's in Emmitsburg, Maryland. And now has had some great seasons in the NBA. First with the Bullets and now the 76ers. It is 28-26. Philadelphia is up by 2. Schluter looks down low. McAdoo is picked up by Mix. They're working a nice alternating switch defense. Bryant and Mix working on McAdoo. Either side he goes and they pick him right up. It's almost a zone.
Everyone will help out with McAdoo, particularly with Schluter in the lineup. Schluter does not have a real good outside jump shot. They brought Don Adams off the bench. He doesn't have a real good outside jump shot. And he's going to see a lot of white jerseys around him from now on.
Don Adams hands off to Bob Weiss from way out. Bob Weiss takes the shot and bombs it. The game is tied at 28. We have 1:05 to go in the first quarter. Bob Weiss has come off the bench here late in the first quarter, and he has put in 3 field goals. 6 points for Bob Weiss. 2 field goals and 2 free throws. Collins from way out. McAdoo rips it down off the defensive board. Buffalo is now going to a more controlled offensive game. You notice they're switching from Randy Smith being their primary ball handler to Bob Weiss, who's more of a quarterback. Foul call on Joe Bryant.
On a hit on the outside. I don't think I've ever seen Bob McAdoo play so high out. He's catching the ball almost completely behind the free throw circle. It looked like to me if they try to run their offense a little bit deeper and spring him out so he can catch the ball in closer, he'd be in better shooting range for him.
He loves to take that long jump shot. He historically has never been a guy, a center that's played inside. He's really been a forward.
That's one of the great advantages he has from the offensive end, is the fact that he has the ability to go outside, and most centers don't like to stray out of that 3-second area.
Now the Buffalo Braves come back to take the lead, 30-28. Lloyd free, just in the game. Harks went up, another whistle and a foul call. This one goes against the Buffalo Braves of Bob Weiss, who gets his second.
Probably Weiss hasn't been in the game very long. He's got 3 baskets and also 2 fouls very quickly.
Lloyd Free, another good young basketball player, a rookie out of Guilford College in North Carolina. From Philadelphia also, signed as a hardship.
It's a very young 76er team, and they've got a very, very bright future.
They do. Be it lost a great player like Bill Cunningham 20 games into the season. He missed the last 62 games.
And they ended up with the 4th best record in the NBA. That's saying really something for their ball club.
Randy Smith puts up the home run ball. It does not get there, but he draws the 2-shot foul. Smith has been so invaluable to Buffalo. Lloyd Free drawing the personal foul, his first. And Randy Smith, who is the top scorer in the game with 9 points, will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 for Buffalo. The game is tied at 30. Now McAdoo goes out, John Shoemate goes in. And here comes Dick Gibbs in the game. He'll replace Bob Weiss.
John, you know what this move is? This is a defensive move. They're bringing Dick Gibbs in. He's got bigger size. He's going to cover the bigger guard. They bring John Shoemate in because he'll play a little bit better defense on the inside for you.
This really gets to be a chess game, doesn't it?
At this stage of the season, with only 1 game left, these coaches better try everything they possibly can.
Only if it goes 2 to make 1.
And then what do you got when you win this one? Those Celtics all rested up, relaxed.
They're up there smiling.
Cowan's up there snarling, snorting fire, ready to take him on. Havlicek. How does that affect the team, Jerry, to have like a 10-day layoff, which is what the Celtics will have had?
I think the first ball game is probably very difficult for you to play, but after that it seems to have a great effect on the team as far as being rested. Your older players get a chance to rest, and I don't think it hurts them nearly as much.
5 seconds to go in the first quarter. Lloyd Free missed it all, but he was fouled hard. Harvey Catchings hits the deck. He was put there, I believe, by Dale Schluter after the first whistle. You never know that Dale Schluter was the honorary chairman of the Buffalo Girl Scout Cookie Drive.
I tell you, it is really rough underneath that basket. And there's the play to create it all. Harvey Catchings was all over his back.
Oh, I'll tell you, there's no foul call there. The foul goes on Buffalo.
Well, that's why
the shot.
that's why I think you need 3 officials in this league. They just simply cannot see everything that goes on.
Lloyd Free does not get the first free throw. Buffalo is in the lead 32-30. We have just 4 seconds to play in the first quarter. This series is even at a game apiece. NBA playoff basketball on CBS, and this is a decider. The loser is out. Lloyd Free with a penalty shot. Ties the game. Buffalo, against a harassing defense, will try to work for that final shot. Up court, here is John Shoemate at the buzzer. And the basket would not have been good had it gone in. And so the first quarter ends, and we're just as even up as we were at the opening tip-off. Tied 32-all after the first 12 minutes of the game. Previously in the series, in the first 2 games, the team that took command in the first quarter won the game, but nobody has here today.
You'll see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA. When you watch the NBA on CBS.
This Ford pickup is taking one tough pounding in these scenes from the movie Mr. Majestic. This Ford is a used 68 pickup, and it wasn't modified to take this terrific beating. Now, these exciting movie stunts have no bearing on normal usage, and this doesn't prove how long our 76 will last. But if you want a tough-built pickup, that's Ford. 93 out of 100 of all Ford trucks registered since '64 are still on the job. So get the one that's built Ford tough.
The NBA on CBS will continue after this word from your local station. Kojak has the dangerous job of closing the jaws of a vicious loan shark in tonight's special 2-hour adventure here on CBS.
Introducing Motor Trend Magazine's 1976 Import Car of the Year, the Celicas from Toyota. Motor Trend calls all 3 Celicas the right cars at the right time and picked them over every other import. This award is based on engineering, styling, comfort, and performance. If you're asking for a quality car, listen to Motor Trend. Get a Toyota. Quality.
You ask for it, you got it, Toyota.
Simplicity's new 8-horsepower lawn tractors make picture book lawns easy as ABC. Free-floating mower action follows ground contours for anti-scalp mowing, regardless of dips or ridges. Now get Simplicity quality at a surprisingly low price. And remember, when it comes to lawn and garden care, Simplicity wrote the book. Look for your Simplicity dealer in the Yellow Pages or call toll-free.
Channel 2, New York.
Well, after the first quarter, it is all tied up here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, 32-32. Bob Stenner, one of our CBS producers, got a call today from Reggie Jackson, an old friend, and Reggie Jackson says he is hopeful of being in a uniform with the Baltimore Orioles before too long. That situation will resolve itself. Apparently, he's meeting today with Hank Peters. Freddie Carter gets the rebound, errands it up. Catching tips it off to him. Carter takes it inside. 4 chances the 76ers get. They get it on the 4th.
Don, the one thing that Buffalo hasn't done in this playoff, they have not rebounded. Philadelphia has absolutely killed them on the boards. That's another sign of it right there.
Yeah, that's been a big difference. Boy, you can't give up 4. Jim McMillan works down low and does not roll for him. Up course they go to Lloyd Free. Bob Weiss against him. And Lloyd Free from out of the rafters sinks one through, and the Sixers open up a 4-point lead, and they're up and stomping here in Philadelphia. 36-32. Cross-court pass is tipped away by McGinnis, very nearly a steal. Buffalo making some errant passes here in the first half. You don't try that diagonal cross-court pass against anybody.
Don, when they put George McGinnis back in the ballgame with the 76ers, I think you saw just an up-tempo of the ballgame immediately.
Shoemate goes down to McMillan. Back gets his own rebound. Catching's rejecting twice. Lead pass to McGinnis. Off to Lloyd Free. Off the glass, and the Sixers rip open a 6-point lead. And the Buffalo Braves quickly call a timeout. Left to go in the first half, and the Sixers break the 32 tie and take a 6-point lead. Look at catching. Once is not enough.
Jack and I like to get away on weekends and find great places like this. That's why we decided on a new Cutlass Supreme Brome. It's really perfect for us. We need a good solid car on those bumpy back roads, and this interior is absolutely beautiful. Mid-size, the good gas mileage, it's a great car and a great weekend.
The 1976 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme Brome. Can we build one for you?
I'm a ball player, and I get to do commercials. But when I opened my own restaurant last year, I faced the same problem as any new businessman: how to reach people. The Yellow Pages helped put my restaurant on the map, and it's still the biggest part of our advertising. If you want to go into business, the Yellow Pages can help you too, even if your name's not Johnny Bench.
Let your fingers do the walking. It's a snap. Advertise in the Yellow Pages.
Day and night, mile after mile, we put 40,000 miles on a set of Sears road handlers and went on to run the route of the Pony Express. From Missouri to California, Road Handler, Sears' best steel-belted radio. It's the tire that ran 40,000 miles and then took on the rugged route of the Pony Express. Our widest radial design with more steel than before. The Road Handler, Sears' best steel-belted radio. Only at Sears.
The 76ers opening up a 6-point lead here early in the second quarter. Now pressuring the ball. They have to back off when Randy Smith has it. Go quick on the dribble. He can switch hands, go right by you like the wind. 38-32. Ken Charles looks down low. A lot of motion down low. McAdoo takes it. The ball is slapped away. It was last touched by one of the 76ers. It will come inbounds to Buffalo.
Don Harvey catchings have played a big and very important part of this ball game. He's done a good defensive job with Bob McAdoo. Blocked about 4 shots already. A big job so far.
I tell you, you know they wanted everybody down on the floor. Going after that basketball, Shoemate spins off, comes up with the ball, and lays it in. And brings the Buffalo Braves back to within 4. Philadelphia 38-34. Lloyd free against Randy Smith. Trying to loop down low. Joe Bryant comes out. Catching, posting down low. Trying to pick off McMillan for Bryant. Bryant fires from the outside. Rebound to McAdoo at 6'10" and only 208 pounds. He can get way, way up. Now Buffalo with a chance to get back within 2. Randy Smith takes it right through Catchings with his 4th block of the game. Once against Atlanta, he rejected 10 in a game.
Okay, he's done a phenomenal job inside. He's taken away about 5 layups the Buffalo's had this ball game so far. It's very discouraging for the offensive player.
McAdoo down low, looking to shoot on Catchings. McAdoo puts it up over everybody, goes to the floor, no foul. Rebound Bryant. Up court to Carter, 76ers with that fast break offense. Carter did not, it was ruled, take the extra step. Gets the bucket.
Don, Philadelphia is not noted for their defense, but their defense has got them in very, very good shots on their offense.
It's 40-34. 76ers again with a 6-point lead. Down low to McMillan, one-on-one with Bryant. Spins off, and Jim McMillan with a great shot off the spin. Pumping it up, pop shot 12 feet out. 4-point game, Sixers.
I don't think Joe Bryant can stay with Jimmy McMillan. If they get him the ball right now, he'd go for a bundle real quick, I think.
You've always been a believer in Jimmy McMillan from the days that you and he played in that LA championship team, 72.
Well, the thing about him, he really only takes the good shots.
George McGinnis with that great ball control. His hands are just so big, he palms that thing like it's a lemon. Puts it up, takes it down, puts it up again, and gets the bucket. It's a 6-point lead for Philadelphia.
He's a marvelous talent, and he's young.
Yeah, he came into the pros right after his sophomore year at Indiana. Joe Bryant is called for a personal foul. Both teams under the limit. First team foul of the second quarter for the 76ers. 3rd personal on Joe Bryant. Buffalo brings the ball in. Harvey Catchings is called for the personal foul. Catchings comes out now. Gene Shue brings it out. He gets the big ovation here at the Spectrum.
We'll see what Bob McAdoo can do now. He hasn't had much luck so far against Harvey Catchings. I would imagine he'll get a lot better shot selection against Clyde Lee.
They're really hawking the ball, the Sixers. They're trying to whack the ball before it even gets to McAdoo. They don't want his hands on it. McAdoo puts the shot. That's unbelievable. You can put a bag on that guy's head and he'll throw it in the hoop.
He had absolutely no shot he makes.
None at all. He had no shot. All he did is went up and threw it in. Fred Carter, who can gun and fire. He gets hot, he can rip the game open. He gets cold, he can blow you right out of it if you're the Sixers. He starts that fast break the other way with those long boingers that bounce off.
Philadelphia's had a history at their ball club this year. When they shoot poorly from outside, they have their bad game.
McAdoo can't get it from 25 feet out. Here's McGinnis at 6'8", taking it down floor. Inside from Clyde Lee to Steve Nicks. And Philadelphia goes out in front by 8, 46-38. And again, the Buffalo Braves are forced to call a timeout, lest they fall too far back to come back. 7:38 to play in the first half. Here is the lead. The Clyde lead to Steve Nicks, and he works in for the shot.
You know, we've had a few disagreements over the years, but there's one thing we do agree on, and that's light beer from Miller. Light is 1/3 less calories than their regular beer.
But the best part is that it tastes so great.
The best part is it's less filling.
Nah, it tastes great.
Less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling. Less filling. You know even less about beer than basketball.
That's it, Heinsohn. You're out of the bar. Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
Most small cars give you good mileage and low price. But when it comes to hills, how do they make the grade? According to tests certified by the United States Auto Club, one small car, Ford's Pinto Pony, even with its road-hugging weight, climbed hills faster than Chevette, faster than Toyota Corolla, and faster than Datsun B210. Yet even with the power to face up to hills, Pinto Pony still gets great mileage ratings. This kind of performance helps make Pinto the best-selling small car in America at your Ford dealer.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular will present the National Indoor Swimming Championships from Long Beach, California.
Back to come back. 7:38 to play in the first half. Here is the lead. The Clyde lead to Steve Nicks, and he works in for the shot.
You know, we've had a few disagreements over the years, but there's one thing we do agree on, and that's light beer from Miller. Light is 1/3 less calories than their regular beer.
But the best part is that it tastes so great.
The best part is it's less filling.
Nah, it tastes great.
Less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling. Less filling. You know even less about beer than basketball.
That's it, Heinsohn. You're out of the bar. Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
Most small cars give you good mileage and low price. But when it comes to hills, how do they make the grade? According to tests certified by the United States Auto Club, one small car, Ford's Pinto Pony, even with its road-hugging weight, climbed hills faster than Chevette, faster than Toyota Corolla, and faster than Datsun B210. Yet even with the power to face up to hills, Pinto Pony still gets great mileage ratings. This kind of performance helps make Pinto the best-selling small car in America at your Ford dealer.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular will present the National Indoor Swimming Championships from Long Beach, California.
Back at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. This is Don Criqui with Jerry West and Sonny Hill, and there is Bill Cunningham. His club was 14-6 until he went out with a knee injury that required surgery, and he won't be back at all this season, unfortunately. Great player.
He is a great player, and the one thing he gave him tremendous passing up front, and they oftentimes ran plays for him to make the pass.
Now Ernie DiGregorio has gone into the game. Buffalo needs somebody to get the ball to the man inside. They're getting the long outside shot, and they're not hitting him. The Sixers, conversely, are 7 for 11 from the field in the second quarter. McAdoo forces a shot, doesn't get it. It was last touched by Don Adams, coming flying in to try to get the defense offensive board. And Philadelphia has a chance now to take a 10-point lead. Lloyd free on the outside. Picked off. Randy Smith tries to get Elude the pick set by Clyde Lee. Here is Mix working inside. And the Sixers open up a 10-point lead.
I think, Don, the reason they've got their lead is not so much their offense, but they're getting awful good shots because of their defense. And Buffalo is taking
a comeback. 7:38 to play in the first half. Here is the lead. The Clyde lead is Steve Mix, and he works in for the shot.
You know, we've had a few disagreements over the years, but there's one thing we do agree on, and that's light beer from Miller. Light is 1/3 less calories than their regular beer.
But the best part is that it tastes so great.
The best part is it's less filling.
Nah, it tastes great.
Less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling. Less filling. You know even less about beer than basketball.
That's it, Heinsohn. You're out of the bar. Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
Most small cars give you good mileage and low price. But when it comes to hills, how do they make the grade? According to tests certified by the United States Auto Club, one small car, Ford's Pinto Pony, even with its road-hugging weight, climbed hills faster than Chevette, faster than Toyota Corolla, and faster than Datsun B210. Yet even with the power to face up to hills, Pinto Pony still gets great mileage ratings. This kind of performance helps make Pinto the best-selling small car in America at your Ford dealer.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular will present the National Indoor Swimming Championships from Long Beach, California.
Back at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. This is Don Criqui with Jerry West and Sonny Hill, and there is Bill Cunningham. His club was 14-6 until he went out with a knee injury that required surgery, and he won't be back at all this season, unfortunately. Great player.
He is a great player, and the one thing he gave him tremendous passing up front, and they oftentimes ran plays for him to make the pass.
Now Ernie DiGregorio has gone into the game. Buffalo needs somebody to get the ball to the man inside. They're getting the long outside shot, and they're not hitting him. The Sixers, conversely, are 7 for 11 from the field in the second quarter. McAdoo forces a shot, doesn't get it. It was last touched by Don Adams, coming flying in to try to get the defense offensive board. And Philadelphia has a chance now to take a 10-point lead. Lloyd free on the outside. Picked off. Randy Smith tries to elude the pick set by Clyde Lee. Here is Mix working inside. And the Sixers open up a 10-point lead.
I think, Don, the reason they've got their lead is not so much their offense, but they're getting awful good shots because of their defense. And Buffalo is taking very poor shots now.
Buffalo has collapsed as far as any presence. They're taking bad shots all over the floor. Coming down, and just first guy down is throwing the ball up. Ernie DiGregorio brought into the game to try to hit the open man. Goes to McMillan. Buffalo at a perimeter offense now. Gunning the ball around the outside. 76ers dropping back to protect the lane. The loop pass goes inside to Randy Smith. Call for a travel.
Everyone for Buffalo is standing around watching the ball. Now, they're not moving away from the ball. Everyone's standing, dribbling, and you just simply cannot do that and get good shots in the You have to have body movement to get good shots.
Steve Mix against Jim McMillan. Rebound comes down to McAdoo, and here comes DiGregorio pushing the ball over the midcourt line. Ernie DiGregorio, lead pass to Randy Smith. That's what Buffalo needed. It could be a three-point play. Ernie DiGregorio, another story. Of course, he has not played much at all this season.
Here's that last play again. You can see DiGregorio has good dribbling ability inside to Randy Smith, and Randy Smith has a chance to make the three-point play. Fouled by Clyde Lee.
Randy Smith has hit 14 points for Buffalo. Those are his first two in the second quarter, and the Braves come back to it in 7. They were down by 10. It is 48-41. We have 6 minutes and 5 seconds left to go in the first half. McGinnis down low against Adams. Leaning in, George McGinnis pumps in that one-hand squeeze shot.
Boy, that's a very helpless feeling when you're over there. The man can drive, and as strong as he can make that outside shot.
DiGregorio again assists the ball off to Adams, but he cannot get the shot. Here come the Sixers on the run. Lloyd free up against Randy Smith. DiGregorio gets the ball. Down court, he's banking on the speed of Randy Smith, but Lloyd Free was there first. Last touch by Randy Smith, kicked the ball. Sixers bring it inbound.
Roy Freed's going out of the ball game. He's done a fine job. He's played very good defense, made a couple of key hoops for them. Shows you the strength of the 76ers bench.
Now Doug Collins comes back in the game. Philadelphia using a lot of personnel. Get a great player like Collins, well rested, coming back in now to lead the offense. McGinnis throws up a forced shot from the outside. Rebound to Adams up court. DiGregorio weaving his way as Mix tries to come in from behind. Down low to McMillan. 2 men on him. Foul call on McGinnis. And a technical foul on George McGinnis. Danny Sokol is right on top of this one.
In a game like this, the officials just don't want to take any abuse at all, Don. It's so hard to call a game like this. So much action under the basket. I think the thing that has upset McGinnis most is that it's his third personal foul.
Ernie DiGregorio, a 91% free throw shooter, puts it in for the Buffalo Braves. They're back to it 8. They'll bring the ball inbounds now. A technical foul against the 76ers. Of course, that is not assessed against the individual players, one of his 6, but if the second technical should be called in the game on George McGinnis, he'd be out. Bob McAdoo starts to drive. Clyde Lee thought he had position. Jake O'Donnell says, no, you forced your way into Bob McAdoo, and McAdoo will go to the free throw line for the Buffalo Braves. You decide.
The thing I would have decided first is a walk. He walked all over the place in that play.
Gene Shue is up, protesting. Here's a steal by Doug Collins. 4-on-4 break. Buffalo getting back very quickly to defend. Shut off the fast break. Fred Carter goes into the lane, throws the ball up, and another whistle and a foul inside.
On that particular play, you can see Freddie Carter just with his great quickness. I think Ernie DiGregorio hit him across the arms on the play. And I think what you'll try to see the next few times down is Philadelphia running a play at Ernie DiGregorio. He's had problems defensively this year. Philadelphia's guards are big, and they'll try to post him inside.
That's who it was on, Jerry. Ernie DiGregorio getting his first personal foul. Fred Carter puts up the 2 free throws. He now has 11 points, and the Sixers again opened up the 10-point lead. We have 4 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in the first half here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. NBA playoff basketball on CBS with the winner today going on against Boston. The loser is out. Driving to the hoop is Jim McMillan, and he draws the 2-shot foul. Jim McMillan goes to the free throw line. We'll watch him draw the foul again. Jerry?
Here's one of the first times that Buffalo's ran a very good play away from the ball. Steve Mix hit him from behind. Jimmy Millen, of course, was in for the layup. He hadn't been fouled.
And they're going to actually assess it on the second guy in, Joe Bryant. He gets his second personal foul. Carter has 2 personals. McGinnis 3. Catchings 3. Mix has but 1. Bryant has 2. Clyde Lee has 2 for Buffalo. Kenny Charles has 3. Nobody else in any trouble. Weiss has 2. Nobody else with more than 1. It is 52-44 now. The 76ers with an 8-point lead. Ernie DiGregorio trying to stay with Fred Carter. In and out. Randy Smith at 6'3". Clears the defensive board and brings it up to lead the break himself. Lanes fill on either side, but Smith can't take it down the middle. Shut off by Collins. Here is Jim McMillan. In and out. Buffalo shooting very poorly in the second quarter. Philadelphia's Doug Collins. Got hair flying behind him. What a basketball player. Looks like a quarter-miler out there. One of those big, lean quarter-milers.
He sure got a lot of stamina, and he runs very, very well.
There's his quickness for you. He jumped in front of Ernie DiGregorio, and the charge is called on Ernie D.
Man, 6'6", quicker than the man.
Watch this.
Very quick. Very, very quick.
Heinsohn said he's skinny, but he's a banger. Mixed with you.
I think every one of these Philadelphia players are aggressive.
McMillan steals the ball. DiGregorio, lead man, is Randy Smith, and DiGregorio can't get it himself, and the Sixers come back running the other way. They can't keep up this pace. Guys are going to turn into butter out there. Melt. Sixers get it and open up a 12-point lead as Steve Mix now has 10 points for Philadelphia. 56-44. Adams looks to Jim McMillan. Jim McMillan fires up that jump shot. Soft touch, and he now has scored 12 points for Buffalo. Smith has 14. McAdoo has 9 and another call against his Buffalo Braves. Jerry?
Very, very much. You can see that Philadelphia has going and trying to attack Ernie DiGregorio, and Jack Ramsey's going to get him out of the ball game.
Ernie D has picked up 3 personal fouls in the short time he's been in. Sixers with a 10-point lead, 56-46. We have 3 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the first half. Joe Bryant fields the ball in midair. I don't know if it was a missed shot or a high pass, but he got it, went right back up and put it in.
I tell you, they are doing a sensational job on the backboard. They're just killing Buffalo on the backboard. Buffalo is going to be more aggressive, and the most important thing for them, they're going to have to block them out, which they haven't done so far.
McAdoo looking to get the ball down low. They're doing a good job keeping him from getting the ball. Don Adams puts up a shot. Buffalo can't put it in the ocean here in the second quarter.
The reason they can't put it in the ocean, their shot selection has been very poor.
Here's Ken Charles coming back in, stealing the ball, the intended lead pass to Collins, and Charles brings the ball down court for the Braves, goes to McMillan. Foul called, it'll go against the Philadelphia 76ers as Shoemate comes back in. Boy, you need a program today. This guy's coming back in and out with the tempo of this game. The foul call was on Joe Bryant. That's his third. It comes with 2:27 left to go in the first half. And before McMillan shoots the free throws, a timeout is called, with Philadelphia in the lead, 58-46.
Give your watch a new twist. Twist-O-Flex. Give yourself a new feeling. Twist-O-Flex. Puts Vidal on your wrist. Twist-O-Flex. It's the one that keeps giving. Twist-O-Flex. Give your watch a new twist. Give your watch a new Twist-O-Flex.
Twist-O-Flex watch bands only by Spidell, giving comfort, beauty, flexibility in over 100 great styles.
Hello, I'm O.J. Simpson. You know, to be a superstar, you've got to perform day in and day out. No letdown, I know. That's why Hertz has a performance standard to cover every little detail, from the moment you phone till you drop off your car, to help make sure that when you walk up to that counter, your reservation's gonna be there, and to get you away fast in a clean, good-running car. So rent a Ford from Hertz. See why they're the superstar in rent-a-car.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular presents the $100,000 added Bluegrass Stakes, with Honest Pleasure competing in this last major race before the Derby.
Back at the Spectrum, Dancing Harry enlisting some support.
Say, Don, I don't know if I would like your
Dancing
support.
Harry I need. 2:27 left to go in the first half. It is 58-46. The Philadelphia 76ers, after the first quarter, saw a 32-32 tie, have now opened up a 12-point advantage. They've taken better shots. They've just played better all-around team basketball here in the second quarter to take this big lead.
No question, that plus the rebounding has been a deciding factor in this ball game so far. Buffalo hasn't got very many second, third efforts, and Philadelphia, on the other end, has, and they've converted them.
Jim McMillan at the free throw line will still shoot two as the Sixers are in the penalty situation. Arcing up the next one up and in, and Jim McMillan now has scored 13 points for Buffalo. Randy Smith with 14, McAdoo with 9. For the 76ers, great balance in their scoring. Mix has 10. McGinnis has 9. Collins has 10. Carter has 11. Lloyd Free had 7 while he was in. Collins feeds off to Clyde Lee. All alone, a perfect assist from Doug Collins. The double team dropped off on him, and nobody was around Clyde Lee, and he gets the easy bank shot.
Great interior passing by Philadelphia, not once but twice. Mix made a fine pass to Collins. Collins a fine pass to Clyde Lee for the basket.
Randy Smith goes to Kenny Charles. Charles puts it up off glass, and here is an offensive foul call. Ken Charles just drew his 4th personal foul on the charge.
Philadelphia's defense inside has just almost shut completely off Buffalo's driving game.
They really have done a job inside. 60-48, the 76ers are in the lead. Now in the final 2 minutes of the first half. Joe Bryant spinning off. And there's a travel, I believe, called Ball comes back over to Buffalo.
Don, that's a rookie mistake. He just held the ball much too much. He got stuck with the ball, and the only thing he had to do was walk with it.
Now Randy Smith brings the ball up the midcourt line. Look at these guys going after each other. Joe Bryan just gets called for a personal foul. Jim McMillan was trying to cut left to right across the lane looking for the lead pass, and Bryan cut him off with a hip, and Bryant's the guy limping.
I think Jimmy McMillan's knee caught Bryan right on his knee, and that's really very, very painful.
Jim McMillan's a solid guy. He's pretty put together. He's only 6'5", which isn't that big for a forward in this league.
We called him Butterball in Los Angeles.
He'll move him out inside, though. He gets that good hip. Joe Bryan has 4 personal fouls for the 76ers. McMillan now with his 15th point, and the Braves trail by 9. 76ers have the ball, 1:30 to go in the first half. They stack 3 men. The Philadelphia 76ers to the right side. Lee kicks as Carter puts the ball in the air. Here is a foul call, and it's against Buffalo as Clyde Lee was fouled when somebody ran into him. Jim McMillan knocked the pick over.
On that particular play, if Buffalo's defense were talking, that play would have never occurred. He would have never gotten that foul. That's simple lack of communication by the defensive player.
Trying the same play again. Fred Carter spins off, falls away, and Fred Carter gets that tough fall-away jump shot, and the 76ers have their biggest lead of the game by 13 points. 1 minute to go. McAdoo hasn't had the ball in quite a while, puts it up. He was fouled by Mix. Steve Mix with just his 2nd personal foul. McAdoo will have 3 chances to make 2.
I don't think Steve Mix can stay with Bob McAdoo. Not many players in the league can, but I think Bob's just a little bit too quick for him. He's going to need some more help by the Philadelphia team.
McAdoo's only scored 9 points. Now 10. And Bob McAdoo brings the Buffalo Braves back to within 11. We're in the final minute of the first half. 55 seconds to go. Fred Carter picked up right over the timeline by Ken Charles. Carter weaving behind his big friend Clyde Lee, looking for the shot. He is rejected. McAdoo blocked the ball. Takes it down. Goes to Randy Smith. Buffalo hurrying the ball up court. Jim McMillan stops, goes inside to Shoemate, great percentage shooter, and John Shoemate gets it off last. And the Braves come back to within 9 with 30 seconds to play in the half.
The thing that Philadelphia can't afford to do is have Freddie Carter dribble the basketball like that. He had no shot at all, and they need to move the ball a little bit better, particularly when they got a lead.
One guy's dribbling too much. It's no longer a 5-man game.
Absolutely correct, and you watch the defensive players. Everyone stands around and watches.
Fred Carter missed it, but Steve Mix got the offensive board, and here is a foul call on Buffalo. McMillan draws his 3rd personal foul, and Mix goes to the free throw line. 9 seconds to play in the first half.
Steve Mix has really done a fine job on his own offensive board, and the thing that Buffalo has done poorly, they have not blocked the Philadelphia players off the backboard.
Steve Mix, who played collegiately at Toledo, now has 11 points. And a 10-point lead again for the 76ers as we're down in the final seconds of the first half. An 11-point advantage for the 76ers as Buffalo will play for the last shot. And here comes Randy Smith flying up court against Lloyd Free. Into McAdoo inside just before the buzzer. The good team play of the Buffalo Braves with Jim McMillan on the payoff end puts up the final field goal of the first half. And so they go to the locker room with the Philadelphia 76ers in command 64-55.
You'll see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA. When you watch the NBA on CBS.
How do you spell relief?
When I get acid indigestion, I spell relief R-O-L-A-I-D-S. For heartburn, R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolaids spells relief. In this test with Rolaids active ingredient, laboratory acid changes color to prove Rolaids consumes 47 times its weight in excess stomach acid. How do you spell relief?
For gas, I spell it R-O-L-A-I-D-S.
Rolaids spells relief. Fast relief.
When you listen to BASF tape, the sound is so clear, it's like the musicians are right there. BASF polishes the tape to help get rid of background noise, so what you hear is the music, pure and clear, which isn't surprising since BASF invented audio tape. We sound like the original because we are the original. BASF.
I'm Rick Barry, and if you're a basketball fan, I have an idea that's as exciting as sinking the game winner. Visit Basketball's Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, the game's mecca. You'll see our glamorous yesterdays, the men and the teams, amateur and professional, who built the sport you love. Dr. James Naismith, who invented basketball. Bob Cousy, who refined it. George Mikan, its first oversized star. John Wooden, the legendary coach. They're all there along with 90 more. It's open year-round, waiting for you.
Back at Philadelphia, the 76ers have a 9-point lead at the half. Both teams now in the locker room. As we mentioned earlier, we are featuring playoff teams throughout the day and visits to a few of these teams. Woody Broon visited with the Cinderella team of the NBA playoffs, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
The Cleveland Cavaliers of 1970 reached depths of dreadfulness which made them look like junior college JVs arrived at the wrong gym. They started their sporting life with 15 straight losses and later added a string of 13 more. Their consolation was that almost nobody watched.
When you're not having a good night shooting, that's the night you got to go and throw those damn boards down.
But for Coach and Mrs. Bill Fitch, breakfast was the indigestible beginning of a very long day.
Does he bring the games home with him?
Oh, yes. He lives it most of the year.
Is the team getting better?
Well, we are. We're a better ball club, actually. If a team that's lost 33 out of 35 and go into a slump, we've done it.
Within the two syllables of the word inept are many gradations of disaster, and the Cavaliers were almost to the icy outer edge of the scale. As the action stopped for a center jump 6 years ago, nightmare ran onto the floor. To the legends of Roy Riegels in the Rose Bowl and Wrong Way Corrigan over the Atlantic, the Cavaliers added their own Alice in Wonderland moment, confused, unhappily successful attack on their own basket, as derisive laughter awaited its cue.
It's dreadfully, it's incredibly, it's unbelievably, it's indescribably painful.
What was more painful, losing 15 straight games at the beginning or missing the playoffs by a single point in the last game of the season last year?
Well, if I have to pick between those two, I suppose the 15 original losses were the most painful. It's very easy for me to know that down the line everything's going to be fine, but it's still very painful. I remember when we had our first victory, I cried. I was of tears of joy.
A small boy in a new suit and a basketball team in a new arena share the feeling that they are growing into respectability. Installed in the Cleveland Coliseum, the Cavaliers are at last leaving behind those days when laughter was the only weapon against despair. Last season, the Cavs grew like the pictures in a bodybuilding ad, achieving respectability in their new home and almost achieving the playoffs, a distinction denied them by the photo finish margin of a last-second single point in their final game.
You just sit in at 6 and be ready to pound the board.
Fitch, it was a jagged piece of if only, lodged next to his heart. But the dashing of the cup from lip when the playoff champagne was already tickling his nose was as nothing compared to the long thirst of the early years.
In year one, year two, every time you saw a ball game, there was a true story that happened that made a joke in itself, and Milton Berle started following the team around just so he could pick up, steal some jokes for his show. We played in the old arena. I know we led the league in stolen cars down there.
This is the year, however, which buries the past in roses. The big, bright bowl of the new arena, happy contrast to the dim old box which shadowed the Cavaliers' early shame, often overflows with crowds of more than 20,000. With the happy hindsight of the successful, owner Nick Milletti says it was just a matter of time.
We have the greatest fans in the world here. I said it then when they didn't come. I say it now when they come. The question has always been not where are the fans, but where's the attraction? And I always maintained that when we gave them an attraction, that they would come. And of course, the setting has a lot to do with that too.
But when you entered into this, you didn't really expect that this was one of the ways in which you were going to add to your fortune. You were just going to add to your fun.
Well, you can't go into sports only for money any more than you can the theater or what you do, whatever that may be. What you have to do is you have to put it in a bigger picture of life, and I've always had the parlay that says, in no special order, I want to have some fun, make some dough, and leave some footprints in the sands, and of time, that is.
Coach Fitch feels the road to the playoffs has been eased by a shuttle system, which moves the talent on and off the floor before their plumes have a chance to wilt. A system popularized by the defending champion Golden State Warriors. But the heavy gun round which the waves of Cavaliers coalesce is a veteran backup center, once a leading player, now happy as a character man.
I think the addition of Nate Thurman is the one thing that put us over the hump this year. We were sitting on about 8 wins and 14 losses and actually playing better basketball than we'd ever played before, but we were losing a 2, 3, 4-point ball game. We were hurting in the reserve center role. And with the addition of Nate giving us 16 minutes of the best defensive basketball can be played, I think we turned the corner right there. And our young people have continued to improve, and this ball club is very unselfish, Woody. They've put the team ahead of themselves on many occasions, and I think this is one of the reasons that we have been consistent and have stayed away from the long losing streaks. And then there are other people who tell you that I have recovered from a 6-year coaching slump.
This is Haywood Hale Brune in Cleveland.
The NBA on CBS will continue after this word from your local station. A writer with biting wit samples America's restaurants when Mr. Rooney goes to dinner, Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on CBS.
Once in a while, an old car like this still pulls into an Exxon station. And when it does, it brings back memories. For instance, when this old friend came by back in the 30s, it was probably to try the new gasoline Exxon was introducing at that time. Down through the years, Exxon kept coming up with other new ideas as a result of their advanced product quality research. Today, Exxon retailers are still there to serve you, to help you make every mile count.
Ask 2 men what they expect from a luxury car and you won't get the same answer. While one seeks creature comforts like real leather, power windows, and air conditioning, another looks for rack and pinion steering and an overhead cam V6. The Volvo 264. With what you pay for a fine car these days, Volvo thinks you should get one that's 2.
Channel 2, New York. The NBA on CBS is sponsored by Datsun, America's #1 selling import for cars and trucks. Datsun saves. And by the Miller Brewing Company. Brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer.
Half is the Philadelphia 76ers 64. The Buffalo Braves 55. I'm Don Crickey. We're joined today by Jerry Weston, our CBS basketball editor, Sonny Hill, and that's kind of a wild first half. Those Sixers are getting after them.
Fantastic first half. I just thought some of the words that you used in the first half just described the game so well, particularly the one about the fact if they keep running, they'll melt into butter. That was just fantastic. But the Sixers have shown that if you take the ball to the opposing team and jam it down their throat, you can be a victorious team. And it sounds like when you say those kind of things, it's so reminiscent of the dominant team in basketball, the Boston Celtics. And that's what the Sixers are doing here today. Rebounding, running the ball up the floor, taking the ball to the Braves, and also Harvey Ketch's just doing a fantastic job of playing defense and also clogging up the middle.
They really had a good game plan. It looked like Buffalo was going to stay right with them, and it seems that There's no question, I don't think, Sonny, that the bench play of the 76ers have been superior to what Buffalo's got from the backup troops.
What always helps when you can get the ball players to come off the bench and produce for you. Joe Bryant and Lloyd Freed have done just that. What really happens when you go to the bench is that you hope you don't get a drop-off in the tempo of the game. But the Sixers were able to not only keep it the same, but I thought they accentuated it a large degree by upping it quite a bit when those two rookie ball players came off the bench.
As we've been mentioning to you, following this game, we're going to go to Milwaukee, where there's a very similar situation where between the Milwaukee Bucks and Detroit Pistons. That'll be a third and deciding game you'll see here on CBS with the winner to advance against Golden State. And then we've got the other playoff. Phoenix won a game out in Seattle. They go back to Phoenix for 2 games, and say Suns are going to be tough in that series, looks like.
Well, I had Bill Fitch on yesterday before the game. We talked about the home court advantage, and he really explained it very well. He felt that the home court advantage didn't mean anything unless you got down to the 7th game, and that's where it really stands out most. And it appears that that's what's going on in the NBA, because the home court advantage, which is written about quite a bit, and we talk about it so much, it just isn't holding up that well in the NBA at this particular time. But when you get down to that crucial game, like today, with the game that we have here, and then the Milwaukee-Detroit game, I think that's where it really stands out.
Okay, Sonny, now we're going to go to talk with Jerry West, who's been visiting with the respective coaches.
This is Jerry West in the 76 locker room area. My impressions of the first half were this. Philadelphia's superior play all around over Buffalo's inept shooting. Buffalo got very poor shooting up front. Bob McAdoo only 3 for 10. They need a little bit more scoring from him. Philadelphia had great rebounding strength up front. They enjoyed an 8-rebound edge, tremendous edge on their offensive board. I really felt the 76ers defense, particularly inside, was awful tough for Buffalo to get inside. As they approach the second half, there's a lot of things going through the Buffalo coach's mind. How to get the ball to Bob McAdoo. Get him a better percentage shot. For Philadelphia, more of the same, more great rebounding. I think you'll see a little bit more of George McGinnis in the last quarter. Let's go back to Don Criqui.
Thank you, Jerry, and we're going to view now some of the first half highlights of this game as the Philadelphia 76ers, led by really fine team balanced scoring, have taken a 9-point lead. They're up 64 to 55 as the two teams are out now warming up. And Sonny, here we want you to look over these highlights and tell us what you think.
Well, the important thing about the highlights, they should try to explain what's going on in the ball game. Here's a play right here. Ken Charles comes up with the rebound. Notice how he pushes the ball up the floor, and he finds Jim McMillan in the flow, and that's important for them because McMillan is so important in our offense. He scored 17 points in the first half. The hustle and aggressive play is shown right here as Freddie Carter steals the ball away from Randy Smith and goes in for a driving layup. Offensive rebound, the Sixers were just dominant in that stage of the ball game. Steve Mix takes an outside jump shot. George McGinnis, with quickness and strength, goes right back for a basket. Bobby Weiss came off the bench, particularly in the first quarter, and I thought he played a very good role in trying to stabilize the Buffalo Braves to some degree. Offensive rebounding again. George McGinnis goes up for a shot. Harvey Catchings, who played an excellent first half, comes up with the first one. Freddie Carter takes the shot, follows his own shot, goes in for a shot. It does not go, and Joe Bryant comes up with an offensive rebound, and that's a field goal, and that's important in any ball game. And here's hustle on the part of the 76ers, and what I refer to, just taking it to the opposing team, and Doug Collins, with his great quickness, his great agility, just does that so well. And I think those highlights really tell the difference in the ball game. Aggressive play, rebounding, and take it to them.
All right. And we'll be back very shortly. We've got 2 more quarters of what's going to be an excellent basketball game, and has been, with the Sixers leading at the half 64 to 55.
You can do beautiful things with Schweppes. Tonic water, bitter lemon, club soda, and ginger ale. Everything Schweppes touches, it improves with the sparkle of Schweppefessence and its curiously refreshing quality.
Schweppes is the ordinary, extraordinary taste. Schweppes is the taste maker. The taste maker is Schweppes.
Each year, for more than 30 years, one company has insured more cars than any other. State Farm. Why? Maybe it's the reputation that we have for low rates. Or maybe it's that people like being treated as neighbors, and they tell their neighbors.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
took me a long time to develop that drive, and for a lot of future NBA stars, this United Way supported YMCA is where it all starts. I'm Jeff Petrie of the Portland Trail Blazers. Kids all across the country get a chance to expend their restless energy on the basketball court rather than on the street. Thanks to you, it works for all of us, the United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Basketball Association. Senior West. We look down the stats here. There's Gene Shue. He said he's very, very pleased with his first 2 quarters. Said we got to keep that defense up. That's what you win these things with.
I don't think there's any question it's been reflected in Buffalo's poor shooting percentage. The first half, they shot only 40% from the field as compared to the 51% of the 76ers. Really think probably the key stat in the ball game was the rebounds. Philadelphia had 32 to 26 over Buffalo, and the rest of it fairly even. And if Philadelphia can continue the same kind of play, get the same big effort that they got from Harvey Catching, who went out with 3 fouls early in the second quarter, they should be in pretty good shape. Buffalo needs Bob McAdoo in this ball game. He shot only 3 for 10, not great for Bob McAdoo, but you just can't count him out, Don.
Now they got to get the big production, and they certainly have gotten it from Jim McMillan, who has now scored 17 points. Leads them in scoring. Randy Smith with 14. Doug Collins, man, this guy just is on the dead run the minute they blow the whistle.
34!
John Shoemate draws the foul. Doug Collins had a lot of problems. He's in his 3rd year in the NBA now. His 2nd season, he had a broken bone in his foot that kept him out much of the year. The rare distinction of being the #1 player selected in the NBA when he came out of Illinois State. Played in the Olympic team in 1972. George McGinnis starts to the hoop on Bob McAdoo, and still another foul is called.
We have number 5 on a hit. We have a 2-shot play.
Jim McMillan was the man who fouled George McGinnis, and McMillan now has 4 personal fouls.
Well, that's going to hurt Buffalo. They have to take him out of the lineup. George McGinnis shows you what a tremendous basketball player he is. This guy is so quick, such great agility, and the ability to hang in one hand, hang in the air and shoot the ball with one hand, makes him even tougher.
It is now a 66-55 game. The 76ers with an 11-point lead. Ken Charles gets the ball over to Randy Smith. Looking to get it down low. They have the wide open underneath. Now Shoemate fills, and Smith runs through. Good motion in the Buffalo offense. 4 men moving without the ball, looking to get open inside. They loop the ball to Shoemate off his fingertips and back over to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Buffalo's offense just does not look fluid at this moment. I think you have to give a great deal of the credit to the 76er defense.
Sixers have played really aggressive throughout the first 2 quarters. In and out it goes, and down with the ball is Randy Smith. An 11-point advantage for the 76ers. They led by 9 at the half. Here is McAdoo with that high arcing shot right on time, and the Braves are back to within 9.
That's the kind of shot that Bob McAdoo wants, and you get him that shot, he's going to bury it.
Nail it down.
Better believe he's going to bury it a lot.
Red Carter drives in and gets the bucket. McAdoo went down, but there is no charge called. Watch Freddie Carter come back. I think a strong wind would have knocked Mac over in that way.
Yeah, Bob McAdoo put a little axe on that play, but McAdoo has a great ability to pick up those charges inside.
Nice play by Jim McMillan coming down, looping underneath, down to the baseline of the court. And Jim McMillan quickly gets the pass and arcs it up. Tough shot off the run on that inside jump shot. It's 68-59. Philadelphia with a 9-point lead. Mix comes out high. McMillan's against him. Doug Collins. Great shooter. Boy, guy can go to him all day long. A 53% shooter from the backcourt.
He has that great ability to shoot outside and also drive to the basket. I think he's probably the best driver of any guard in the NBA.
Shoemate slaps the ball out to Ken Charles. He takes his time, and Shoemate comes down with the offensive rebound. He goes down. Harvey Catchings fouled him. No place for the faint of heart out there.
Inside, I can't believe the aggressive play inside this ballgame. Unbelievable. They're really beating some bodies up inside.
They call a foul on Shoemate?
They sure did call a foul on him. I think they almost arrested him, too, because of that foul.
Well, John Shoemate thought it went the other way, and these two officials there got a lot of work. Now there's a timeout on the floor called by the Buffalo Braves, with the 76ers in the lead by 11, as you see.
The Datsun's always been dependable.
You know, after 95,000 miles, I think we both felt our Datsun still looked good.
We were rough on the car, too.
We had to go through some gravel roads, some rough fields, and we took it all over the place. And we can get a good, full life out of a Datsun.
You betcha, yeah. It's always been dependable.
Datsun dependability comes 14 ways: sedans, wagons, hatchbacks, trucks, and sports cars. Datsun saves.
Specially minted Olympic coins have commemorated the Olympic Games in many countries around the world. This pure silver Olympic coin, one of two minted by Japan for the '64 Olympic Games in Tokyo, originally sold for under $50. Today is worth more than 6 times its original purchase price. This Helsinki Olympic coin, one of two minted by Finland for the '52 Olympic Games, originally sold for a little more than $2. Today's value is more than 15 times its original cost. Now limited edition of pure sterling silver Canadian Olympic coins. They're legal tender and guaranteed by the Canadian government for their full face value. Buy them individually in 4 coin sets or a full 28 coin subscription. Call this toll-free number now for more information, or see participating banks, retail stores, and savings and loan associations. Canadian Olympic coins. Good for the Olympics. Good for the U.S. A solid opportunity for you.
At the Spectrum in Philadelphia. We're ready to resume play now. The Sixers bring the ball in. Collins goes to McGinnis. He's going to put the move on McAdoo. McMillan picks up the handoff to Speed. Makes lays it in off glass. And Philadelphia opens up a 72-59 lead. You may recall they led by this advantage one time in the second quarter, a 13-point lead. Randy Smith down to McMillan. Shoemate looking to get open. They loop it in down low against Mix. Spins off, puts the ball up. There's a foul call on the play. Steve Mix gets the foul. And John Shoemate goes to the free throw line.
Don, you know, John Shoemate really has to be given a lot of credit for playing this ball game today. Really has done a great job under circumstances. A terrible blow that he received to the head the other night. He's done a good job.
He has, considering it's very remarkable that he played at all. It was feared that he could very, very seriously injured Friday night. What actually happened, the game film show, Jim McMillan inadvertently, accidentally, his own teammate, going for the ball, caught Shoemate with a hip on the leg, and they're both going after a rebound, and Shoemate came down right square on his forehead, knocked unconscious. He was hospitalized, and it was very serious concern as how seriously he was injured. But a neurosurgeon, after extensive testing yesterday, said he's all right to play, and he's been in there a lot today. Shoemate sweeps it down. Collins gets the ball. Last touch by John Shoemate, so the Philadelphia 76ers will put it in play.
Buffalo, every time they shoot the ball, they just can't afford to let Philadelphia get any more second shots.
First half, as you were pointing out, the 76ers shot 51%, Jerry, and the Braves had just a shade over 40%, 40.5. Rebounding, always a big. Philadelphia rebounded 29-21. It is 72-60 as Fred Carter lays back. Look at Doug Collins come from off the play. And again, the 76ers get the ball. And Kenny Charles finally takes it down. Look at Randy Smith breeze on by. Pulls up, 18-footer, right home. The bottom of the hole.
And I guarantee if they keep letting Philadelphia get that many shots at their offensive end, they're going to stick it in, and they're going to really get themselves in trouble. But Buffalo is by no means dead in this ball game. A good shooting spurt will put them right back in.
72-62, 10 points can go in a hurry in this league. Partially blocked by Jim McMillan. McAdoo picks it up, goes to Randy Smith. Unbelievable. Collins fighting against him. Over to Jim McMillan, puts it up. McMillan gets it, and the Braves start to come back. The Buffalo Braves are starting them out the offense now. They're getting the good shots off the run, and they're getting the ball with good aggressive defense. Jim McMillan is at 21 points with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Fred Carter controlling the ball an awful long time.
Well, that's what hurts the ball club. Everyone's standing now. They just don't need this. They need to really move the ball.
McGinnis spins off, and Randy Smith is called for a personal foul. Believe it or not, that's his first. He's the only guy that clean slate out there till now.
He'll get the sportsmanship award in this ball game today.
They got a banner hanging in the Spectrum here with a sportsmanship award presented by a local company. Bobby Clark, the Philadelphia Flyers, has it 6 years in a row. Bobby gets a few of those guys at the butt end of his stick.
What a great hockey player he is.
The guy ever meant more to his team than Clark.
Unbelievable player.
But the other NHL players don't vote on that sportsmanship award. Like giving it to Loskatoffer.
There's a lot of players in the NBA that couldn't qualify for it, I'll tell you that.
Randy Smith fires up. Rebound is taken down nicely by Mixie. Blocked out, head position, swept it off the defensive board and leads the breakup at 6-7. A 230-pound powerhouse. Harvey Catchings gets the lead pass. Steve Nicks did it all. Took the board down, brought it up court, threw the perfect lead pass to Catchings, who just had to go up and lay it in.
Excuse me, Harvey Catchings had a sensational ball game. 4 for 4 from the field, 8 rebounds, 4 block shots. Great ball game for him.
Again, the 76ers have an 11-point lead. Look at McAdoo go in, lay it up with the wrong hand, and get it off glass for 2 points, and again, it's a 9-point advantage. Fred Carter up against Ken Charles. You can touch, but you can't impede, is what the rule book says in the NBA, and Charles is doing plenty of touching. Doug Collins all day long. If I were a dead guy, he'd be my offense.
You're right. This guy's some player. You know, he's made 4 jump shots. Every time he's made it, he's went down after he shot the ball.
Excellent player. Excellent player. McAdoo controls the ball, goes down. Man alive. Look at that broken bone, sir. Harvey Catchings. The lament of the accused. Harvey Catchings is jumping up and down. Harvey Catchings wasn't even a good high school basketball player. Very little known at Hardin-Simmons, and boy, he's done some job today for the 76ers. He just got the personal.
Roundup. It's a nice word for long days sitting in a hard saddle and long nights sleeping on the hard ground. But now comes Miller time, and those are beautiful words for the time when you head for the best tasting beer you can find. America's quality beer, Miller High Life.
If you've got the time, you've got the time. We've got the beer, Miller beer. Miller tastes too good to hurry through. But when it's time to relax, Miller stands clear. Beer after beer. If you've got the time, we've got the beer, Miller beer.
In 2 weeks, CBS Sports Spectacular presents the thrilling World's Championship Demolition Derby from Islip, New York.
Coach Ramsey got out right on the court with the last-minute instructions now for his Buffalo Braves as they trail the game 77-66. The first quarter, at the end of that, we had a standoff, 32-all. The halftime, the 76ers had just a much superior team play in the second quarter, had an 11.9-point lead. Jim McMillan, he's been tough for Buffalo. The captain has now hit 23 points, former Columbia All-American. Here's another foul call on the Buffalo bench, I believe. Coach Ramsey, what's that now? There's a warning. I think that was an official warning.
You better believe that'll be the last time he says anything, too.
Shoemate sweeps down the defensive board, goes to McAdoo. He said, clear on down, Randy. I'll take it up myself at 6'10". Now Smith comes to the outside, looking for McMillan, weak side against Steve Nicks. The weak side, the side away from the ball. Shoemate down low, the strong forward. Outside to McAdoo. Look at that.
McAdoo's 3 for 3 this half, Don, and he's had a much, much better shot selection this half.
And Buffalo now trails by 7 points, as you see, 77-70. Lots of time to go. Collins all day long on the inside. No basket foul prior to the boom. Who'd they get, McMillan?
They got Randy Smith on that last play. That is one of the toughest plays in basketball to cover when a man is pressing you. George McGinnis broke out high. Randy Smith trying to stay with Doug Collins. Doug Collins goes backdoor away from the ball. Just almost impossible to cover, particularly for a man as quick as Collins and as big as him.
Doug Collins at the free throw line. He has now scored 15 points. McGinnis has 12. Steve Mix has 14. Boy, he's worked to get him. Played a great game. Catchings has 8. Carter has 15. Bryant has 4. Free has 8. McMillan with 23 for Buffalo. Jim McMillan. Here's McAdoo. Too much on it. Rebound tapped away. Look at Smith. Just so very fast. Outruns everybody. Gets the ball. Loops it up. Little hip shot, and he gets it. Here's a delay of game warning against McAdoo. We got lots of people warned now. I don't know what happens the next time they infract.
They keep warning people, and then they finally start calling when they don't have anyone left.
Up court with the ball as the Buffalo Braves are back to it in 6. Here's Ken Charles, puts the man in the air and gets it off glass, and we've got a basketball game going now at 78-74. 5:10 to go in the third quarter, so we got a world of basketball left, and the Buffalo Braves have hustled back. They've worked their way back into this game. They're down by 4. McGinnis takes it inside and draws a foul.
Number 11.
And the foul call is number 11 on the Buffalo Braves. That is Big Mac, the second.
Well, when George McGinnis can catch the ball in this deep to the basket, he caught the ball inside the foul line. He spun around. He's so close that the only thing you have to do, Don, is foul him. McAdoo has to overplay him and keep him from getting the ball inside, and that's a difficult chore for anyone.
You know, Jerry, one of the problems George McGinnis has had his whole career. He's so strong. You wouldn't believe how strong this man is. They call him the man with a bulletproof body. But he goes up inside, and guys can hang on his arm, and they go right up with him. It's like Wilt. He put them in a move, too.
I don't think there's any question, Don, when the player's strong inside and when he's so close to the basket that officials sometimes don't see the fouls and they don't call it.
George McGinnis was a high school All-American tight end at Indianapolis Washington High School, went on to Indiana University, signed to the ABA after his sophomore year, led the ABA in scoring last year, signed a 6-year, $3 million contract with the Philadelphia 76ers.
He's been worth every penny of it.
He has. He paid his own way right away. They had 300 season tickets last year. They signed McGinnis, and they went up to about 3,500.
He also broke the attendance record here, Don.
Went from 7,000 to 12,500 this year in attendance, average. Great guys pay their way. Box office. He's not only a great player, he sells tickets. Works at window 9. McGinnis goes to Mix. It is 80-76, a 4-point game. Buffalo harassing on defense. And Fred Carter gets a big basket for the 76ers. Buffalo Braves almost playing the zone defense. Every team in the NBA does if they can get away with it. That quick, tight switching game. Shoemate down low against McGinnis. McMillan, no foul. Jim McMillan looks to the official. Lead to Collins. Watch him go. Look at that play by Doug Collins. Fantastic basketball play. Absolutely extraordinary play. An extraordinary play. Look at this. Fastest guy in the league against him. He puts him on the floor with a behind-the-back dribble. Goes up, reverse layup, and gets it.
Just a sensational play. And if you don't think he's some great athlete to be able to change direction that quickly and make the kind of shot he did, you just got to watch this guy play. Very emotional player. I think we had another warning again, Don.
Delay of game against the 76ers. Boy, I'll tell you, watch basketball for a long, long time. You won't see a guy do that. Put Smith on the floor with the move. McAdoo puts it up. No basket, says Jake O'Donnell. Foul prior to the shot.
34.
All of a sudden on the great play by Doug Collins, the 76ers have opened up an 8-point lead again after Buffalo had cut it to 4. We have 3:47 left to go. Randy puts it up. Tough shot. He got it against Collins. Firing off the move, 18 feet away. 84-78, a 6-point game. 76ers have the ball. Carter looping down low, goes to Mix. He's played a fantastic game on all. You don't know he's out there, but he's blocking out, getting rebounds, scoring points. He has 14. Karam shot. Rebound slapped around. Shoemate has the ball slapped to him, goes to Randy Smith. 76ers revert from offense to defense quickly. Smith puts it up again. Sometimes you got to pass off when you come down with the ball, and here comes McGinnis. He likes to throw it around. What do we have here? Travel is called on George McGinnis.
It was more of a double dribble than a travel. I was wondering when they're going to call it. You know, one thing that the Buffalo has done here to get back in this ball game, they have moved the ball around a lot better. Bob McAdoo has had 5 shots as heavy. He's made 4 of them. Every one of them has been a good shot for him. Philadelphia, on the other hand, they've dribbled too much, and they've lost a little bit of momentum.
McAdoo gets the shot over Clyde Lee and draws the foul. And the Buffalo Braves with a free throw here can draw it to 1. We're going to have a timeout. Tell you, where are you out watching this one?
It's a great ball game.
Good one. NBA playoff basketball on CBS, the best basketball in the world.
I really find my Datsun extremely durable. I drive it everywhere. I literally live in the car to a degree. And 247,000 miles on that Datsun, and it just keeps going and going and going and refuses to quit going. That's a durable car.
They're put together to stay together for Datsun savings that just won't quit. All 3 Datsun B210s deliver 41 miles per gallon highway, 29 city. Datsun saves.
There's a razor that's changing the face of America. Listen.
I've never been so impressed with a razor.
Very fast, a clean, beautiful shave.
Without a doubt, I'm getting more shaves at less cost.
My neighbors are all switching to Persona.
It started with a trickle. Now the praise for Persona Double 2 is flooding in. The precision-engineered Persona Double 2. Twin blade safety, 2 sides. There's no finer razor made, period. It's changing the face of America.
Okay, hey. Come on, David. Know the secret of a good pass? The right grip. Just like a firm tire grip on the road is important to safety and comfort. That's why I use Armstrong tires. They grip the road. Whether you drive a large car or a small car, count on your local Armstrong dealers for the right tire at the right price. Armstrong tires grip the road.
Got the heat on here in Philadelphia as the Buffalo Braves down by 9 at the half and then down by 13 points in the third quarter. All of a sudden start coming back on the roar. They're now down by 4 and they have their ace, Bob McAdoo, going to the free throw line. And if he can hit this, we'll have a 3-point game. Jerry, what's the difference been in the third quarter?
Well, the difference in the third quarter, Buffalo refused to quit. Everyone talks about the importance of a home court advantage. It hasn't worked out so far in this ball game. Bob McAdoo is starting to hit now. Buffalo is playing tougher defense. Philadelphia is only getting 1 shot on their offense, and that's the difference in this ball game.
It is a 3-point game, 84-81. Fred Carter with the ball for Philadelphia. Loops the ball down low to Clyde Lee. Picked up by Charles as Shoemate went for the steal, and Shoemate steals the ball. And here come the Braves, playing on the visiting court after being way down and almost out of it, coming back and keeping the heat on and getting better as the game wears on. The 76ers now laying back a little on defense. They've been getting burned. McAdoo puts it up. Oh, it's unbelievable what that guy can do with that round ball.
There's nothing to do about it. He's just shooting it right through the part in Clyde Lee's hair right now.
Yeah, I remember when you used to come to the Garden, Jerry, and it's got to be a great feeling. It's great to score at home and everybody yell, but when the crowd's way up and you fire something in, everything's quiet, isn't it?
Particularly when it's in the playoffs. Big basket by Freddie Carter.
Great shot by Fred Carter. And he was fouled by Ken Charles. Charles says, I didn't touch him. Freddie Carter says again, hey, you got me right here in the stomach. 86-83, and now the Sixers can go up by 4 after Buffalo cut it to 1. A 4-point advantage for the Philadelphia 76ers. We have 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter. 2 minutes, third quarter. The winner of this game goes on to play the Boston Celtics in best of 7 Eastern semifinal series. Now we have an injury timeout. Ken Charles apparently got tipped on the finger. We saw him a few weeks ago at Boston. He must have got wrapped in the head about 10 times. He kept coming back.
Ken Charles is really a good professional basketball player. He's one of those people who talk, he's a pro's pro. He does not a lot of things spectacular, but a lot of things real well. Sacrificed himself for this team. He's been a good addition to this ball club.
He's a good, solid college player at Fordham University in New York. And has blossomed as a pro. Gives it to you at both ends of the floor. Randy Smith pushes the shot. McGinnis, boy, he can take it down. He's going to smash that ball like a grape one of these days.
John, when he grabs that ball inside, you can see his body just go away from him. He is really an exciting basketball
Never
player.
touched a weight. He's got the shoulder development. He's like a silo. Oh, they lost the ball. McAdoo picked it away as George McGinnis could not hang on to the ball. And here comes Randy Smith leading the break. Long lead pass, and McGinnis goes for the steal and goes right into the loving arms of Jack Ramsey.
How would you like to be a fan having George McGinnis come at you through the crowd?
Well, he had big Tom Burleson come at us out in Seattle.
I'll show you a quicker move if he comes after us.
Your quick feet got you out of the way. McAdoo, bad shot. Inside to Shoemate, fouled by McGinnis, and McAdoo, after this shot, Shoemate with the ball will shoot 2 fouls, and Doug Collins comes out, and boy, and that guy leaves the floor. He needs oxygen. He just spends everything he's got every second he's out there.
The pace of this ball game has slowed down a great deal, and I really believe it can be attributed to the first half of the ball game. It was so fast, they're starting to play a little bit better basketball now, not making as many mistakes.
Shoemate misses the first shot. Penalty shot now in effect. There is where John Shoemate fell, right over his left eye. Former All-American at Notre Dame. Signed by the Phoenix Suns as their #1 draft choice. And Shoemate with 3 chances to make 2 can still get 2 points now as he'll take his 3rd shot. We have 1:05 to go, 3rd quarter. It is a 3-point game, Philadelphia. Bob Weiss in the game for Buffalo. McAdoo, Weiss, Randy Smith, Shoemate, and Jim McMillan in the game for the Braves. Carter with the ball for the 76ers. In there with him is Clyde Lee. Joe Bryant. Lloyd Free. He was so good in the 2nd quarter when he came in. And Steve Mix. Carter looks to go to the hoop. Takes away. Great shot by Fred Carter. Freddie Carter falls back and fires. He now has 22 points. McMillan has 23. Randy Smith takes it all the way down, and he was fouled. He had 3 chances to make 2. Great.
Just fouled on the drive to the basket. Randy Smith had a good ball game today. I think one of the better games I've seen him play this year.
Buffalo's got the apple going at the free throw line. Very big factor is it's a very, very warm, humid day here in Philadelphia. It's difficult to get finger control on that ball, and your hands are sweating that much.
It really is, but when you miss all 3 of them, it doesn't bother you that much.
Did you ever shoot the air ball from the free throw line?
I never shot an air ball, but I saw a number of them shot. Very embarrassing.
Rebound down to McAdoo. It's a 4-point lead for Philadelphia. 20 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. And Buffalo will play for the final shot of the quarter. Weiss as Bryant lays off. McMillan goes down low. Carter's against him. McMillan's calling for the basketball. Weiss goes to Randy Smith. Down low to McMillan. Tapped over to McAdoo. Puts it up. He's unbelievable.
Unreal.
He now has 26. He's caught fire. Shot at the buzzer is no good. And so the 3rd quarter ends, and we have got the match on. The match is on. It is 89 to 87 as the Braves rally back to pick up 7 points in the 3rd quarter.
You'll see the best in basketball when
In 7,500 miles, your oil filter cycles enough oil to fill 3 tank trucks. A big job, and here's the filter for it. Introducing the Silver Bullet, new double oil filter from STP. The only one that filters every drop of oil through 2 filter elements every filter cycle for a better combination of long life and high efficiency than the 5 other best-selling filters. Filter all your oil twice with the Silver Bullet, new from STP.
Toro engineers go to the heart of Kentucky's bluegrass country to pit the power.
Just fouled on the drive to the basket. Randy Smith had a good ball game today. I think one of the better games I've seen him play this year.
Buffalo's got the apple going at the free throw line. Very big factors. It's a very, very warm, humid day here in Philadelphia. It's difficult to get finger control on that ball, and your hands are sweating that much.
It really is, but when you miss all 3 of them, it didn't bother you that much.
Did you ever shoot the air ball from the free throw line?
I never shot an air ball, but I saw a number of them shot. Very embarrassing.
Rebound down to McAdoo. It's a 4-point lead for Philadelphia. 20 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. And Buffalo will play for the final shot of the quarter. Weiss, as Bryant lays off. McMillan goes down low. Carter's against him. McMillan's calling for the basketball. Weiss goes to Randy Smith. Down low to McMillan. Tapped over to McAdoo. Puts it up. He's unbelievable.
Unreal.
He now has 26. He's caught fire. Shot at the buzzer is no good. And so the 3rd quarter ends, and we have got the match on. The match is on. It is 89 to 87 as the Braves rally back to pick up 7 points in the 3rd quarter.
You see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA. When you watch the NBA on CBS.
In 7,500 miles, your oil filter cycles enough oil to fill 3 tank trucks. A big job, and here's the filter for it. Introducing the Silver Bullet, new double oil filter from STP. The only one that filters every drop of oil through 2 filter elements every filter cycle for a better combination of long life and high efficiency than the 5 other best-selling filters. Filter all your oil twice with the Silver Bullet, new from STP.
Toro engineers go to the heart of Kentucky's bluegrass country to pit the powerful Toro Guardian against an entire acre of tough 8-inch high grass. That's about twice as high as most grass you'll ever have to mow. But Toro's exclusive high-torque engine has the extra cutting power it takes. This Toro cleared the entire acre without stalling once. Precision engineering is what makes a Toro a Toro. Haven't you done without a Toro long enough?
I definitely recommend a Datsun from the experience that I've had. Well, when I originally bought the pickup, I thought I'd be able to put about 50,000 miles on it, and then I was figuring on trading it off. But it's got 118,000 miles on it now. It's been absolutely the most durable vehicle I've ever owned, and I'll definitely buy another one if it ever wear out.
2 tough Datsun pickups, 7-foot stretch and 6-foot standard. No wonder Datsun's America's #1 selling small pickup. Datsun saves.
With Jerry West and Sonny Hill, this is Don Crickey back at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. We're now into the 4th quarter, ready to open it. As the Braves bring the ball inbounds, if they score here, they will tie the game. They were down by 9 at the half. They were down by 13 in the 3rd quarter. John Shoemate down low, puts McGinnis up, gets the shot. The ball game is tied. And all of a sudden, the Spectrum, with this huge crowd, becomes ominously silent as the Braves have turned this game around. All tied up as we're in the 4th quarter. Fred Carter puts it down low to McGinnis. Outside to Joe Bryant. Gets the roll. Joe Bryant hits it out of LaSalle of Philadelphia, the rookie. And again, the 76ers have the 2-point lead. That interesting comparison when McGinnis has now gotten hot, has outscored, McAdoo has outscored McGinnis 26-14. Randy Smith forcing the shot. Here comes McGinnis. Watch all this. He's got a free man in Lloyd. Free tried to backhand the ball to him. And who Randy Smith got it. Bob Weiss gets up, shaking his head. Where am I? Who hit me with the ball bat?
George McGinnis with a good pass down there could have gotten Philadelphia a layup, and instead of that's a 4-point switch for him. They should have had a layup on that play. Bad pass on McGinnis.
And Shoemate comes right back to score for Buffalo, and again the game is tied at 91. It is all over for one of these teams after today. The winner against the Boston Celtics. 91-91. On the drive, we have a foul call on Bob Weiss for using the hip. That's his third personal foul. Both teams under the limit. That is the first team foul of the fourth quarter against the Buffalo Braves. And so Philadelphia inbounds the ball. Lloyd Free goes to Fred Carter. Harvey Catching sets the pick. Weiss gets through it. Down to Harvey Catching. Too much on it. Guy, there's anguish cries coming out from underneath that basket. Loose balls now. Harvey Catching. Just let a weird sound.
Watch George McGinnis. Now look how strong George McGinnis. Watch him go flying out there. Got a good wrap from John Shoemate.
They call a foul on Smith, though. That's his third. The game is tied at 91 in the fourth quarter. Lloyd Free fields the ball over, gets it to Catchings, back to Lloyd Free. And McAdoo comes up and sweeps her down like a big hawk. Up court to Randy Smith. Over the timeline, they're going to play quarterback basketball now and set the play. Randy Smith is the rookie. Lloyd Free backs off him. Not too close inside. Shoemate. Woo, he sets one down. And Harvey Catchings is down. He fell, trying to stay with Shoemate. And Harvey apparently twisted an ankle. He's lifting off the court. He's going to stay in the game. He wants to. Buffalo just took the lead in that slam dunk.
On that particular play, Philadelphia's defense just simply did not talk. That's why you see men getting so wide open. You have to talk in this league to play defense. People say that you can't communicate on the floor. You really have to communicate, particularly on the defensive end. The offensive end, you should know what you're going to do. The defensive end, you have to talk.
It's like catching punts in the National Football League. You need a little help from your friends when you're watching the ball come down.
Boy, you need a lot of help when you got those big bodies setting screens in there. If you don't talk, it can really hurt sometimes.
You got 10 guys out there. How do you know who's talking?
He can't come in.
I tell you, we can get a lot of talking when the guys on the offensive end saying, "Give me the ball, give me the ball."
Jack Ramsey is now up protesting something vehemently. Apparently they're ruling the house.
You can't make a substitution.
We'll find out. There's going to be a timeout. With 9:54 left to go in the fourth quarter, the Buffalo Braves have rallied back to take the lead in this game. A 93-91 game. Bob McAdoo getting hot here in the third and now fourth quarters has scored 26 points. Jim McMillan has 23.
Hey, Tarkington, you're on my court.
Well, Bill, they needed the scrambler. And the Bell account reps are really scrambling to help business boost profits.
You should know.
Right. And they have a program to show you how to collect past due accounts, remain friends, and get lower extra business for the same phone call.
For free information,
call 800-821-2121. You can't miss with Bell account reps.
Francis, you should have scrambled.
When I say NAPA helps keep America moving, I mean just that. For over 50 years, Napa has been providing top-quality parts for almost everything that moves. So whether your vehicle purrs, putts, roars, sputters, clanks, howls, or clatters, over 5,000 Napa stores carry the parts to keep it moving.
That's NAPA. We help keep America moving.
Next Saturday, the NBA on CBS presents explosive playoff action when Golden State takes on Detroit or Milwaukee.
There is Jack Ramsey, who has directed his team back. I don't know what he said in the locker room, but it had to be some of the wisdom that came from that PhD because he turned the game around.
Very bright, knowledgeable basketball man. I think he's done a real fine job in Buffalo.
It's a great franchise.
It really is a good franchise. They've got a young ball club that should be good for a long time.
It's a great city.
Buffalo's own can call it that.
93-91. Down low they go to mix. Here is Don Adams comes in, and he promptly fouls George McGinnis. The 76ers breaking their huddle with Gene Shue. Very quickly going right down low to McGinnis. Let's go to our ace and get him the ball. Personal foul called on Don Adams was his first. Third team foul.
Don, that could be a factor. 3 team fouls so early. Philadelphia hadn't had much luck, and now they're going to, next foul is going to be a penalty. And they haven't shot well. This could keep them in the ball game when they're going badly.
Right, 9.5 minutes to go. This is the first time Buffalo has led since the first quarter. You're with us at the outset. You saw them jump off to a 7-2 lead. At the end of the first quarter, the game was tied at 32 all. At the half, Philadelphia led by 9, then by 13 in the third quarter. Fred Carter, Mad Dog they call him. Way up and off glass. He has 24, Fred Carter. And the game is tied at 93. We're in the fourth quarter. Randy Smith puts it up. Nice and soft, but not snug enough there. And here comes McGinnis. Weaving his way down. He puts the ball right in the hands of Bob Weiss. Weiss just stood there and says, thank you so very much. Now Adams gets the ball. McMillan hasn't shot in a while. You want to go to him. He's been hot, and there's a whistle and a foul underneath.
Number 30 with a home.
Philadelphia is called for the personal foul. George McGinnis just got his 5th. One more, and he sits down.
He's going to take a seat anyway. Gene Shue is going to get him out of this ball game. They can't afford to lose him going down in the last few minutes of this ball game, particularly if it's close.
And don't forget, you'll see a game that will also decide one team advancing and one team being out when the Milwaukee Bucks are home to play the Detroit Pistons, that NBA playoff game. The third deciding game of the best-of-3 series coming up following this one here on CBS. Yesterday at Cleveland, Gary Bender and Sonny Jurgensen were courtside as the Cleveland Cavaliers took a 2-1 advantage. Didn't have Cleveland on all year. Now he'd be there every week. Those guys are tough.
They got a fine ball club, but it's a very dangerous ball club.
Those fans don't hurt him either. Bob Weiss puts it up. Fight for the rebound. What's we got here? Going to go down court to the 76ers.
The danger of getting in the foul situation already for Buffalo. Philadelphia's got a great chance now. They haven't shot well the last few minutes of this ball game. They got a chance now to go to the free throw line and get some easy points. And this is the thing that really hurts a team when they're coming back.
8.5 minutes to go in the game. It is 93-93, and that is such an important factor. As you're pointing out, the penalty coming into effect. This much time left, Philadelphia could win the game at the free throw line. This one's coming down to the final 10 seconds.
This is going to be a great ball game all the way.
It is 94-93. The 76ers are back in the lead, and Collins is getting set to come back in the game. So you'll see that blonde head flying from one end to the other. Down low to Adams. Inside, nicely done to McMillan, who gets the roll. Nicely assisted by Adams. Call him the Nicky Lolich of the NBA. Rebound down to McAdoo. The Braves with a 1-point lead, now bringing the ball down court. They go to Weiss. He'll stabilize. Set thing up. Goes to McAdoo. Big shot from the way. McAdoo forcing a shot. 2-on-2 break. Lloyd Free running in against Randy Smith. Lloyd Free off the run. And Joe Bryan taps it away, but loses the ball to the Buffalo Braves.
And that's what happens when you get caught up in a wild ball game. Lloyd Free took a bad shot. Bob McAdoo took a bad shot on the other end. This is a time in the ball game, Don, when you don't have anyone down with you, you want to try to set up and get the good shot.
Want to slow up that running a little bit now, huh?
That's right, and everyone's getting tired. They're going to make mistakes now, so you got to really be careful and handle the ball correctly.
Down low to McAdoo, tipped away, but McAdoo picks it up, goes to Shoemate. John Shoemate fading away, and the Buffalo Braves have for them an enormous lead, 3 points. It's like elbow room for these guys, the way they've been.
They played catch-up all day, and they've done a great job with it. Philadelphia's got some foul problems. They're going to have to really be careful with some of their key players.
This would probably be the biggest win in the history of this Buffalo franchise. If they came to Philadelphia and won today, winning on the home court twice in the best-of-3 series or the away court.
Well, that shows you quality of the ball club and the quality of the players they got on this team. To come back and be down, they have to be a little bit down mentally, and they come back here today, and they've given a great effort so far.
We have 7 minutes and 14 seconds left to play in the game. Doug Collins at the free throw line. Best free throw shooting player on the 76ers. Oh, he just gives it to you all day. He hardly ever put the ball up today. Didn't go in the hole.
Another good thing about him now, with them in the penalty situation, he's such a good driver that he will have a chance to get up the free throw line.
How about that for a drive? Randy Smith goes. The basket will count. There's a foul on the play. Spectacular play by Randy Smith. Look at this.
Look at this quickness. Unbelievable. He can blow by people. That he's great body control, a nice soft shot, and he gets a bounce.
He can high jump 6'11". Got that good rolls going up in Buffalo.
That's right.
It keeps in the garage all winter. They want that snow on it.
I think all the players in the league drive rolls now.
You have them out there, isn't there?
They can afford to drive anything they want to, the money they're making.
196. Steve Mix can't get the shot. Joe Bryant fights and gets it rejected by McAdoo. A goal, 10 on the Braves. 198, an excellent call by the official. You'll see the trajectory of the ball just on the way down.
McAdoo missed a rebound once inside. Bryant with good hands inside, keeps the ball alive. McAdoo right in front of the basket, goaltender.
198. The ball will come inbounds to the Buffalo Braves. They have a 2-point lead. We have 6 minutes and 39 seconds left to play in the game. And there's another game just like it coming up next. The NBA on CBS. Detroit and Milwaukee. With the winner to go against the defending league champions, the Golden State Warriors. McAdoo takes it down the baseline. Boy, Buffalo's really gotten their act together.
Well, they've gotten their act together mainly because their big man, Bob McAdoo's got his act together. When he's going, you just can't stop him.
Driving shot, and Shoemate takes it down. I'll tell you, it looks like guns are going off. There's so many guys on the floor in this game. McAdoo has 28. Ken Charles looks for the open man. Here is Randy Smith. Going to think it over now. 12 seconds on the shot clock. 6:05 on the game clock. Shoemate. Up and good. The basket goes, and Shoemate will go to the free throw line. And the Braves take again the 4-point lead with a chance to go up by 5.
Bob McAdoo and Joe Bryant had a few words, too. I've never seen Bob McAdoo get mad at all. But that was a great move by John Shoemate inside. Okay, watch this move. Tremendous move, a very strong move inside. He just overpowers Joe Bryant on the inside.
John Shoemate at the free throw line. The son of a Pentecostal minister from Elizabeth, New Jersey, who twice in his life has been very close to death. Has feared he'd never play again because of a blood clotting factor, but he's come back now. Gain All-America honors at Notre Dame and then come on into the NBA. And here is George McGinnis back in the game, and Buffalo has the 7-point lead. 105 to 98. Red Carter, he's kept the 76ers in it with that brilliant outside shooting. Freddie Carter now at 26 points. Out high with the ball is Don Adams. It's slapped away by Mixer. Comes McGinnis. One-on-one. He's going one-on-one with Randy Smith. Foul on number 10. Don Adams tried to sneak in a little push to get position on the boards. 105-100. Buffalo has the lead, but Steve Mix will go to the free throw line. The penalty shot is in effect for Philadelphia.
There's a big steal by Doug Collins on Don Adams in that last particular play. They're going to get Jimmy McMillan back in this ball game, and he's the guy that seems to give them good movement on their offense. Big free throws for Steve Mix here.
Steve Mix at the free throw line. Steve Mix has played an outstanding all-around game. He's just given it to him all over the floor. Plays at both ends, every game. Here's that steal.
Good quick hands by Doug Collins in that particular play.
Steve Mix shooting for his 15th point. Now his 16th. And all of a sudden, Philadelphia has come back to it in 3. They were down by 7. Buffalo rallying back from 13 points down in the third quarter has the lead as we start down the stretch. Jim McMillan with the big shot. He does not get it. McGinnis takes down the defensive board. And here comes Fred Carter on the run for Philadelphia. Dances inside with a yo-yo dribble. Now they go back outside, and McGinnis pump shot. Way out shot from a 41% shooter. That's a good percentage. That's not where McGinnis is most effective. He's an effective inside, bullying his way in with that ball in one hand. 4:45 to play in the game. They look to McAdoo. Charles goes to him. Up against him is Harvey Catching. McAdoo with a move to the basket. Puts it up against Catching. Roll won't go, and McGinnis sweeps down a second straight defensive board.
McGinnis on the inside has really done the job when they missed a shot. But I think another man you just can't give him enough credit to has been Harvey Catching. When he's been in there, Bob McAdoo hasn't been a big force on the offensive end. Only when Catchings has been out of the lineup.
3 men back for Philadelphia. Here's Ken Charles, and he drills it home. Ken Charles nails one home to give Buffalo a 5-point lead. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the game. Always the specter of an overtime. Philadelphia slowing down its offense. Collins outside, down to McAdoo. He has been the all-pro player he is, particularly here in the second half. McAdoo at 6'10", can put it right down on the floor. They go outside now. Jim McMillan is saying, give the ball around, move it around, let's play basketball. Block, no foul. Down the ball is McGinnis. Fast break, Philadelphia, 3 attackers and 3 defenders. And the ball is tipped away from Steve Nicks off his foot by Randy Smith. And the Sixers want timeout as they trail by 5 in a most amazing game. 107 to 102 with 3 minutes and 35 seconds left to play. As the Braves have come back to make up an 18-point difference in this second half.
We've asked these men to help demonstrate the advantages of a Datsun 5-door wagon over ordinary 3-door wagons. With the Datsun 5-door wagon, you can get in the back seat easier and quicker, which means you can leave quicker.
We both can't get in at the same time.
On 3 now, I think we got...
Datsun saves. See the Datsun 610 and 710 5-door wagons at your Datsun dealer.
Take a look at your lawn. You see those thin spots out there? Now's the time to do something about it. Just look what an early spring feeding of Scott's Turf Builder will do. It'll help your grass send out new branches, either tillers or rhizomes, to form new grass plants that'll thicken up your lawn and fill in those thin spots. But do it early. It's better for your lawn, and you'll even save money during Scott's Early Bird Sale.
Americans are on the move, going everywhere, and Michelin's the tire that's gonna take them there. Michelin first, Michelin first. We don't make a second best.
We believe the radial is the only way to travel America, so it's the only tire we make. We don't compromise, and you don't have to either, because Michelin radials cost less than you think.
We don't make a second best.
With Jerry West and Sonny Hill, this is Don Trickey back at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. The 76er fans, after the timeout, were up. Standing ovation, exhorting their team to get back after it, as they are now down to Buffalo by 5. The Braves leading 107 to 102. Buffalo trailing by 13 in the third quarter. An 18-point turnaround now in the second half. McAdoo holds the ball, loses it, picked off by Harvey Catchings. Up to Collins against Smith. Randy Smith got a piece of the ball. He was burned the last time, and Ken Charles took down the rebound. Jim McMillan gets it back outside. Ken Charles from downtown Philadelphia, but Shoemake gets the rebound. Hey, I don't know what Charles said. Jack Ramsey just called over Kenny Charles and said, hey, partner.
Big play by Randy Smith on the other end. This guy's got great leaping ability. Really just jumps inside of the offensive player.
McAdoo, Buffalo still gunning away. They're not going to let up even though they've got the lead. Time is running out. A foul call. It's going to go against McAdoo. He fouled McGinnis on the loose ball. Buffalo's not playing very smart basketball this game.
They haven't had in the last 4 shots a good shot. I think with Jimmy McMillan in there, they could get the ball inside real deep to him. And if he's not open, he can get the ball to McAdoo, and they haven't done it for a while yet. But the one advantage that Philadelphia has now, they can still stay in this ball game by the free throw line. They just haven't shot the ball well. I think the reason they lost their momentum in this ball game is there's just simply too much dribbling, too much standing around.
In a game of stark contrast, the Philadelphia 76ers took command in the second quarter, moved out to a 9-point halftime lead. They opened it up to 13 points in the third quarter. And then Buffalo find a combination at work. They've had to have McMillan in this game to stabilize his team. They've rallied back to where they now lead by 5, but that'll be cut very shortly as George McGinnis is at the free throw line, and the penalty shot is in effect, has been since 8:30 left to play in the fourth quarter. Backcourt foul. He'll have 3 chances to make 2.
It was a loose ball foul in the backcourt. He only had 2 chances, Don. John Shoemate has really done a great job on the backboard for the Braves. He's also given them 19 big points in this game.
Ken Charles has the ball. Shoemate coming out of a hospital bed to score 19 points and all those rebounds. Done a lot of work inside. Down low to Shoemate. McGinnis pushed him. Nobody caught it. Shoemate puts it up. Intercepted by Randy Smith. 2:19 to go. McAdoo fires it up. Buffalo is incredible. They're firing the ball up when they're trying to protect the lead with Aaron. Futile shots. Now Ramsey's up screaming at his team to settle it down. Whoa.
This is a time you really need a guard to take over out there.
Foul on McGinnis. He's out of the game. George McGinnis trying to reach in and get the ball as Kate's Locke, the assistant to Jack Ramsey.
Boy, McGinnis did not use very good judgment on that particular foul. That was not a good foul by George McGinnis. Not a time to lose him in this ball game.
Now, by the same token, they have to make every last-ditch effort to get the ball.
That's right.
2:02 to play. Buffalo has a 4-point lead, but Shoemate's at the free throw line.
Not with 2 minutes left to play in the NBA, you're going to get the ball back an awful lot of times. You don't want to put the guy to the free throw line to have a chance to make 2 shots.
Well, since you scored 29,000 points, I'll bow to your judgment.
But also took a lot of shots through to get that.
Hey, you can wear out a right hand doing that. Putting 29,000 in. 107 to 103. Philadelphia down by 4, but the 76ers had the ball. Collins driving, puts it up. And a foul is called on Buffalo. Randy Smith picks up his fourth personal foul. Now they're signaling his 5th.
I'd really like to see that last play. Here's Doug Collins making the move inside. Looked like to me that if anyone fouled him, Jimmy McMillan fouled him.
John Shoemate now leads the game for the Buffalo Braves. Shoemate scored 19 points while he was in. Could very well be back. McAdoo has 28. Randy Smith, 24. Jim McMillan, 25. A 2-point game. Randy Smith brings the ball up court. They're standing and stomping and cheering here in Philadelphia, trying to rattle Buffalo. 1:40 left to go. The Braves lead by 2. McAdoo has the ball knocked away. 8 seconds on the shot clock. McAdoo puts it up. He does not get the roll. Fight for the ball, and McAdoo comes out of the huddle with it. Gives to Randy Smith a double team. Over to Ken Charles. 1:24 to go. Collins harassing, looking for the ball, doing everything he possibly can. Reject. McAdoo sets it down. Could be the game. 1:16 to go. Gene Shue up, screaming at his team that he wants a timeout with 1:13 to go. Watch this last big score. Charles. McAdoo gets the block shot and rams it.
Slow down, sis. Watch where you're going.
Sheriff, your new Johnson CB radio's coming in loud and clear.
I'm giving you one more warning, sis.
Johnson makes a very professional CB. Automatic speech compression, automatic noise limiting.
Remember, sis, be more careful. Now, let's get out of here.
Anything you say, Sheriff.
Keep in touch with the CB the professionals use. Johnson, the great American adventure.
10-4.
You know, we've had a few disagreements over the years, but there's one thing we do agree on, and that's light beer from Miller. Light is 1/3 less calories than their regular beer.
But the best part is that it tastes so great.
The best part is it's less filling.
Nah, it tastes great.
Less filling.
Tastes great.
Less filling. Less filling. You know even less about beer than basketball.
That's it, Heinsohn. You're out of the bar.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
When I found out I could put 3 things into this Datsun 710, I knew it was the perfect car for me. It's not the bucket seats, front disc brakes, or the rear window defogger. That stuff comes standard. The 3 things I put in it are called Mary, Jeff, and Susan. And because of them, I know this Datsun 710 is my kind of car. A family car. Datsun saves.
Test drive a 710 sedan, hardtop, or wagon with your family this week.
We're heading into the final minute where it's all at in the NBA playoffs as the Buffalo Braves have a 4-point lead, 109-105. Steve Nicks will inbound the ball. Jerry West, what's going to happen?
Well, they're going to try to run a good Alabama player and free someone for a shot. I would imagine Doug Collins on a particular play. But the thing that Buffalo doesn't want to do, they don't want to foul. No fouls at this stage of the ball game.
Got to be going to Carter or Collins. What do you think?
Well, I really think Collins will have a chance to go to the free throw line. He will drive. He might have a chance to make a three-point play. And Carter, they seem to be the 2 best shooters on the floor at this time.
Doug Collins shut off with a pass. Takes it to the basket. Feeds off to Lloyd Free. Way up off the glass. Lloyd Free gets it. A 2-point game, and Lloyd Free is going to press. Randy Schmidt, look at him. My, it's unbelievable the physical abilities of Randy Schmidt and Doug Collins. They're like ghosts out there.
They've really been going at each other. Here's the time of the basketball game where you see a great player.
And Charles puts a man in the air, puts the shot up, does not get the roll. Tapped out Collins. It could be tied if Collins can hit here. Doug Collins ties the game. 41 seconds to go. It's tied at 109. And the Buffalo Braves call a timeout. What a game. The Buffalo Braves call a timeout with 21 seconds to go. They will have the ball inbound till we come back.
Look what's happened to Tegrin. I am. Introducing new Herbal Tegrin, the first dandruff shampoo that smells like herbs.
I like it. But does it still work on problem dandruff?
Try it. Herbal Tegrin really works. It's got proven Tegrin medication. Gets to the root of problem dandruff with regular use.
I like it.
Look what's happened to Tegrin.
I am.
Original Tegrin or new Herbal Tegrin, the first dandruff shampoo that smells like herbs.
I like it.
You work in the sky with nothing to hold on to but the wind and a cold steel beam. And it's a very long day until a whistle blows telling you it's Miller time. Time for the best tasting beer you can find. Miller High Life, America's quality beer since 1855.
We've got the time, we've got the beer, Miller beer.
Hey, Freddie Lynn. Know what kind of fragrance a woman really likes on a man?
Something manly and fresh.
For his face, for his body.
Something that lasts all day.
Aqua Velva's great musk. It lasts from dawn until dusk. Musk from Aqua Velva, the extra strength lotion with a fragrance that lasts all day.
Aqua Velva's great musk. It's so manly and fresh all day. There's something about an Aqua Velva man.
Here comes Doug Collins down the floor, firing in the 22-foot jump shot that ties the game for the 76ers. 41 seconds to go. Tied up. They go to McAdoo. Harassing the ball. A lot of time left on the shot clock. 15 seconds. Buffalo will play it down and play it down. Down low to Shoemate against Clyde Lee. Shoemate puts it up. Basket is disallowed. A foul on Shoemate. 28 seconds left. Shoemate pushed him. Official Jake O'Donnell right on top of the play.
Big call by the official. That takes a lot of guts for an official to call that, but a very obvious play. Now I think what you can look for is, again, Doug Collins to handle the basketball. He has the ability to drive, the ability to shoot it outside. He might create something for himself or for another member of the 76er ball club.
Randy Smith is fronting Collins. He's playing down low. Doug Collins to the left side as Carter dribbles the ball. Shot clock winding down. 4 seconds on it. Carter forces a shot. Gets it. Buffalo calls timeout with 6 seconds left. The Buffalo Braves call a timeout with 6 seconds left as the Spectrum has gone wild. Unbelievable game. Fred Carter has hit 5 shots at the buzzer this year that have won games. This one came with 6 seconds to go, and it is right on time.
I say, the people in Philadelphia are mighty happy right now, but we have 6 seconds left to go in this ball game, and don't count Buffalo out.
Now let's get an update on what's going on in Milwaukee as we switch to Brent Musburger.
Don and Jerry, we just hope that Mindy and I can duplicate the tremendous excitement you've got in Philadelphia. There you can see the Milwaukee Bucks are warming up. And, of course, this the decisive game for the qualifying series here in the Western Conference. The Detroit Pistons against the Milwaukee Bucks. Don, one quick note. Jimmy Price is healthy. He will be able to play. Now let's go back to you.
The Buffalo Braves huddle now the Philadelphia 76ers, and they just come back, rallied back in the closing seconds of the game from 4 points down. They have a 2-point lead. 1:24 to go. They were down by 4 points. And now with 6 seconds to go, they're up by 2, and Buffalo will have a last-ditch effort to tie the game and possibly send it into overtime.
Don, if anyone's ever seen a basketball game or not a basketball fan, this game today would make anyone a basketball fan. Sensational game. Buffalo's got a chance to win it or tie it here right now and take this game into overtime.
What do you do here now, Jerry, if you're Buffalo?
You got to get a good, quick shot and have a chance maybe if you miss the shot to rebound it. McAdoo or McMillan's going to take this shot, I think.
They're standing here in Philadelphia. 6 seconds to go. Charles looks inbound, throws it to McAdoo. The clock has started. McAdoo drives to the baseline, puts the ball up, puts it up again. There's a foul call. McAdoo will go to the free throw line with 3 chances to make 2. 1 second on the clock. It looks if McAdoo can hit 2 out of 3, we'll go to OT. Unbelievable game. Watch McAdoo drive. Gets his own rebound, and he might have been hit by Clyde Lee. It is Clyde Lee who's charged with a foul.
Boy, Don, it's awful tough to call a foul in a situation like that, but these officials, you really have to give them credit. They've hung in there, a tough ball game to call, and they've really done a fine job today.
McAdoo, normally a very good free throw shooter, had his troubles this year. His free throw percentages dropped way off. He's only got 2 shots, 1 on the penalty. It was not on a foul. He gets 1. McAdoo now gets the penalty shot. You believe all this?
It's an unbelievable ball game. You think Bob McAdoo's pants are shaking a little bit now?
Hey, if he stopped and thought about all this, he'd faint. He gets them both. The game is tied. We'll go into overtime. But there's 1 second before we do. If the Sixers can get a wild shot off and hit it, they could conceivably.
They could almost have 2 seconds on this clock. Because if the clock will tick off, just barely tick off, you still have almost 2 seconds. So maybe a little bit more time than you think.
Well, Bob McAdoo goes to the line. He was not fouled in the act of shooting by Clyde Lee. He got it when he took down the rebound, so it was a 1-and penalty. And he had to hit the first and then the second to tie the game, which, as you saw, he did with 1 second to go. And now, the Buffalo Braves and Jack Ramsey talk it over. What do you say here?
The one thing you tell the Buffalo Braves team, don't foul anyone. I don't care where you shoot the ball from. And the thing for the Philadelphia 76ers is to run a good play and try to free somebody for a very, very quick shot. Otherwise, the time is gone.
Or else maybe they'll loop it down real low and try to draw a foul inside.
Well, but they really don't have anyone that big inside. If you had a man like a Jabbar, a man like a McAdoo, or someone with enormous size in there and great jumping ability, you can afford to loop it inside. But you want to get a shot. That's the most important thing.
So we come down to the final second of the final game for one of these two teams. 85 games after the NBA season began for the 76ers and the Buffalo Braves. It all comes down to this final second. And quite possibly, if nothing happens for the 76ers in it, another 5 minutes of overtime play. You can't say whoever goes out didn't go out without a gunfight.
None of these guys want to quit now, Don. It's an unbelievable ball game. These guys give them tremendous effort. It's a shame that either team has to lose this game.
I bet they fire it down low to Catchings. He's just standing there. He never gets the ball, but Inbounds to Lloyd Free. Shot at the buzzer is up, and no good. Lloyd Free fell down. Trying to draw a foul. Nobody touched him. Manny Sokol looks over at Free and says, hey, come on. So we're going to go into overtime here at Philadelphia. That's how it stands after 48 minutes of basketball, 1-11 all.
The NBA on CBS will continue after this word from your local station. Sonny and Cher are everywhere. At King Arthur's Court, in the Sonny Tone News, and at Sonny's Pizza Parlor. Sherman Hemsley and Andy Griffith are their guests. Tonight on CBS.
Expensive men's clothing and BFO's got it all. Look at these suits from the world's most famous designers. At BFO, up to $75, none higher. Luxury sport coats, up to $45, none higher. Famous brand slacks, leisure suits, all-weather coats, too. BFO's got it all. The famous designers, the labels, the miracle low prices. What a place. BFO in Manhattan, Yonkers, and Clifton, New Jersey.
Fox wagons from Audi. A wagon that's just as nimble as the Fox sedan, with front-engine, front-wheel drive. At an EPA estimated 37 miles per gallon on the highway and 24 in the city. They don't eat much, but they sure hold a lot. And they can rarely move when they have to. Catch one if you can. The Volkswagen by Audi.
Channel 2, New York.
Don't you love all this? We're going into overtime at Philadelphia. 1-11, 1-11, and now 5 minutes goes up on the clock after Lloyd Free shot with 1 second left. Doesn't get there.
Don, in this overtime, some of these players have been out there an awful long time, and 5 minutes more is not going to seem very much to these guys. They really have put a tremendous effort in this ball game today, and it's just remarkable that these guys could play as many games they played this year and give this kind of effort this late in the season.
That's an interesting observation. You don't think that the 5 minutes will affect them. They're not just worn to a frazzle.
Absolutely not.
Of course, McGinnis has fouled out of the game, fouled out with 15 points and 15 rebounds. Buffalo gets the tip. McAdoo's been their big gun, 31 points. He's really gotten hot in the second half. Down low to Shoemate. John Shoemate puts it up, and Buffalo takes the overtime lead. 113 to 111. John Shoemate has now scored 21 points for Buffalo. McMillan has 25.
Another interesting matchup this stage of the ball game. Jimmy McMillan covering Dub Collins, and both ends of the court could be very interesting for both players.
And McMillan has 5 personal fouls. Gunshot, no good. Look what he got here. Jim McMillan just fouled out. Jim McMillan is going to get the 6th foul flag. There it is. Sayonara to Buffalo's captain. Played a great, great basketball game. Jim McMillan with 25 points, fouls out of the game.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on Bob McAdoo and Randy Smith to get the points, but John Shoemate inside very quietly had picked up about 21 points in this ball game. Played a very strong game for him inside.
Randy Smith with 24, McAdoo with 31, Shoemate with 21, and McMillan now out with 25. For the 76ers, McGinnis out with 15 points. Nix has scored 16. Doug Collins has hit 23. Mad Dog Carter, Freddie Carter has 28 points. Bryant has 9, Lloyd Free 10, Clyde Lee 2, and here comes Dick Gibbs in the game.
It's a tough position for Dick Gibbs to come in the ball game. He's only played about a minute in this ball game, and he has to be very cold. They're going to put him in to try to cover Doug Collins.
Shadow couldn't cover Doug Collins. Doug Collins drills it, ties the game. 25 points for Collins, and the game is again tied at 113. We are in overtime here at Philadelphia. A game that will decide which team goes against the Celtics in best of 7, with the loser to see their season end today. And Charles puts fakes on, drives inside, puts a shot up, and draws a foul. Kenny Charles draws a foul, might be on Collins. It is, it's only his 3rd though. On the personal foul sheet, Shoemate has 5, McAdoo has just 3, Smith has 3, Charles is playing with 5, Weiss and Adams with 4, not in the game for Philadelphia. Collins has 3, Bryant and McGinnis have fouled out. The Pistons and the Milwaukee Bucks have tipped off their third and deciding game, and Milwaukee will be joining that as soon as this one's over, which might not be this evening. You never know. These overtimes can go on and on. Smith steals the ball, and he was fouled in the backcourt. Lloyd Free is called for the personal foul, and Randy Smith fouled in the backcourt will shoot two.
Dick Gibbs, who was put in the ball game as Jimmy McMillan's replacement, made a key defensive play. He snaked the ball away from Freddie Carter, reaching from behind him. Randy Smith got a chance to put Buffalo up before.
There you see Lloyd Free took a diving attempt at the ball and got Randy Smith. Buffalo with a 3-point lead now, 116 to 113. 3:37 left to play in overtime. Going to get the inlander in for Westenheim. Missed the second. Harvey Ketchings had that head of his up at the rim.
Harvey Ketchings, a tremendous leaper. Young player, is going to get better.
Teammate almost took it away. Here's Steve Mix down low. An overmatch as he's up against Randy Smith. Lloyd Free with the ball, the rookie out of Guilford College. He'd be a senior in college this year, signed after his junior year. Driving the baseline, blocked by McAdoo. No foul. Shoemate with the ball goes to Smith. Up court to Charles. And Buffalo's going to set it down. I think Ramsey's made that point stick now.
Now's the time for them to run a real good play, run some time off the clock, maybe get Philadelphia in a foul problem. And Shoemate inside.
And Buffalo goes up by 5 points. Gene Shue says, let's stop this right now and talk it over. Watch McAdoo a moment ago as he blocked Lloyd Free's shot. And now Buffalo comes back to the other end. Gibbs sets the ball in. This is videotape replay. Down low they go to Shoemate, left free, and easily off the glass to give Buffalo a 5-point advantage. And the 76ers have called a timeout, and there's Gene Shue. Let's go back out to Milwaukee now for another update there.
Don and Jerry, we are just underway in the Milwaukee arena in the showdown game between the Detroit Pistons and the Milwaukee Bucks. Right now, Chris Ford has just stolen the ball from the Bucks. It is 4-2, Detroit with the lead. The big guy, Bob Lanier, has picked up one foul. Again, we're just underway, 9:55. Here is Al Everhard, back to Chris Ford. Gary Brokaw, who's been red hot, gives him up to Brian Winters, and here comes Lanier. Lanier moves up with a shot off the glass, and now let's go back to Don Criqui and Jerry Weston, Philadelphia.
Thank you, Brent. Back here by George, we have got some basketball game. It is in overtime, 2:52 left to play. A basketball game that saw the Buffalo Braves and the Philadelphia 76ers tied 32-32 at the end of the first quarter. At the half, with great team play in the second quarter, Philadelphia built up a 9-point lead. They quickly opened up a 13-point advantage in the third quarter. And then Buffalo rallied back. At the end of the third quarter, Philadelphia's lead was just 2 points, 89-87. Then Buffalo came from behind, took a 5-point lead in the fourth quarter. Philadelphia rallied back. Doug Collins hit a shot, and then with 1 second to go after Philadelphia taking a 2-point lead, Bob McAdoo hit the one-and penalty to tie the game. At 1:11, now we're in overtime, and Buffalo has been dominant so far, but still we have 2:50 to play in the game, and Philadelphia has the ball.
A lot of time to go, but Philadelphia's going to have to score this time down.
I really feel they have to get a hoop here.
That's right.
They go to their ace, Doug Collins. Too much on it. McAdoo gets the rebound. And Buffalo quietly brings it up the floor. Philadelphia's not pressing on defense as they did. They're giving Randy Smith time to bring it up at his leisure. Tell you, when he's not at his leisure, the guy looks like a blue darter out there.
You can imagine when he's going full blast.
Yeah, he can run 40 miles an hour. They say the only thing in Buffalo faster than Randy Smith are Bob McAdoo's 3 Afghans.
That was a crucial turnover down there for Buffalo, and now Philadelphia again has a chance to get back in this ball game.
118 to 113. Buffalo did not get a shot off within the allotted 24 seconds. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes. Here's a foul on Dick Gibbs. 121. Dick Gibbs gets the personal foul. He's about the only guy out there without a problem now. It's only a second. They bring the ball inbounds. It is 118 to 113. Buffalo with a 5-point left to play in the overtime. Fred Carter, who's been tough on the outside, working the ball in against Dick Gibbs. Carter wants to put something up. He does, draws a foul. And Fred Carter came down hard on his hip. But he's a tough customer. You couldn't hurt him with a hammer.
But what's really happening now to Philadelphia's offense? If you look, Fred Carter's dribbling the ball. If you can see the whole court, every member of Philadelphia's team standing watching. They got to get movement in this situation. Too much dribbling, and it's just killed them late in this ball game.
What would you do now if you were coaching the 76ers? What would you do if you're on the floor now, controlling this offense?
What I would like to see happen is to try to run some quick screens, either away from the ball, have the center come out high, set a screen, try to run something away from the ball, maybe to free a Doug Collins because he likes to play with the ball. If that's not open, then Carter can come off the screen and take the shot. If they're doing it just simply one-on-one and you get no body movement that way. Also, you get very, very poor rebounding position.
Want to give special thanks today to our very fine team in the truck, our producer, Tom O'Neill, our director, John McDonough Jr., our associate producer, Bob Stenner, Bob Dunphy, editing tape, Bill Barnes. Takes a lot of people to put one of these on.
It really does. And when they get it on the air and you see a ball game like this, it's all so well worthwhile.
Fred Carter is at the free throw line with 1:45 left to go. 118 to 115. He gets them both, and the Buffalo lead is cut to 3. We're in overtime. On the scoreboard clock here at the Spectrum, the defense sign starts blinking on as the 76ers fans pick up the chant. Jerry?
You know, Don, in situations like this, you'll have a lot of basketball players that don't even want to touch the basketball in a game like this.
Going to come inbounds to the 76ers. Randy Smith protesting, but not too much. Doesn't take long for that T made. Make that T sign real quick.
Every call now is crucial. Every play is crucial. There's so much time left for Philadelphia to get the lead in this ball game. Buffalo just have to take better care of the ball, and they have to get a good shot. Philadelphia has to do the very same thing.
118 to 115. Buffalo with a 3-point lead. The 76ers with the ball. They lost the first game of this best-of-3 series in their home court Thursday night. Then one on Buffalo scored Friday night. Fred Carter. Catchings gets the rebound. Ken Charles tips it away. Lots of guys dive for the ball, and who gets it? A loose ball foul is signaled, and Fred Carter is holding an ankle. There's a guy down for Buffalo out there. It looks like the big guy, McAdoo. Bob McAdoo is down, but I'll guarantee you he will be up like a greyhound. And Fred Carter's got an ankle problem. He's got... See what happens here now.
I guarantee you with 2 free throws, Freddie Carter has no ankle problem. He'll be up there at the free throw line. They can't get him out of this ball game.
I tell you, if Buffalo wins it, they've done it the hard way, and certainly if Philadelphia wins it, they've done it the hard way. Buffalo's had the lead and has not been able to hold on. The 76ers have kept falling behind and rallying back, and now they can come to within 1 if Fred Carter can hit the shot and the penalty shot. Fred Carter with 30 points and 31. It's a 2-point game. In a moment, it could be a 1-point game. Fred Carter gets them both for the 76ers. 1 minute left to go in the overtime. 1 minute. 118 to 117 is the count. Randy Smith brings it on up court against Fred Carter. Dancing, jiving. He's going to take a shot. Oh! He threw in a prayer with 50 seconds left to go.
Don, it looks like when one team is going to make a move, the other team comes back and makes a very, very difficult shot. I don't know about these players, but I'm kind of emotionally worn out.
Tell you. One more overtime to carry me out of here. Fred Carter puts it up. Tapped up and in by Steve Mix. McAdoo is knocked to the floor, but no foul is called. Let's watch Steve Mix on the replay. Big play for Philadelphia as the 76ers are again back to within 1. And Buffalo calls timeout with 28 seconds to play. 28 seconds to go and 17 seconds on the shot clock. So again, even in the overtime, even now into the 53rd minute of basketball in this game, we're going to come right down to the final second again.
Definitely recommend a Datsun from the experience that I've had. Well, when I originally bought the pickup, I thought I'd be able to put about 50,000 miles on it, and then I was figuring on trading it off. But it's got 118,000 miles on it now. It's been absolutely the most durable vehicle I've ever owned, and I'll definitely buy another one if it ever wear out.
2 tough Datsun pickups, 7-foot stretch and 6-foot standard. No wonder Datsun's America's #1 selling small pickup. Datsun saves.
Hey, we're almost home, gang.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Me too.
Well, I've got a surprise.
Look at this is cooking, it's a meal. Oh, real goodness from the Colonel, here's a meal. You want a good meal, but you don't want a fuss. Come to the people you know you can trust. Real goodness from Kentucky Fried Chicken.
You've got such a nice daddy.
Is there a Swifty muffler shop around here? I got the guarantee.
Nope.
What did I tell you?
We got them all over back home.
This here ain't back home.
Well, what do you do when you have muffler trouble?
We just mosey down to that Midas muffler shop.
What did
I tell you? You never know where you'll be when you'll need a muffler. But you do know one of our 800 Midas muffler shops will be there. Maine to California and Canada too, we're specialists. We have to do a better job.
We got the OT going here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. 27 seconds on the overtime clock, 17 seconds on the shot clock for Buffalo and the Braves with a 1-point lead. Randy Smith with the ball. They set a double post down low. Shoemate and Adams. They go to McAdoo one-on-one with Catchings. He takes it inside. Foul on the play, and Big Mac will go to the free throw line with 17 seconds on the game clock.
Don, do you think Buffalo knows where their big man is? Every time they've gotten in trouble, he's given them something. He made the basket that put him back in the ball game, made 2 clutch free throws. Here he is fouled on the drive to the basket. Unbelievable.
The big fellow from Greensboro, North Carolina, went to Vincennes Junior College in Indiana for 2 years. One of the great junior college basketball teams in the country, year in and year out. Then to North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Played there 1 year, signed as a hardship with Buffalo. McAdoo has put in 32 points. Teammate John Shoemate has 23. They thought he'd be in a hospital today, but he got out of that hospital bed. Jim McMillan fouled out, the captain of the Braves, with 25, and McAdoo has 22 rebounds. Oh, the Big Mac is so tough when the heat is on. 121 to 119. He can give Buffalo a 3-point advantage here. Look what he did.
Somebody's moving a basket underneath.
The woman shook the basket. Tried to give Mack a moving target.
You know, when he made the 2 free throws to tie the game, somebody moved the basket, too.
That looks like that old Harlem Globetrotter thing where the guy fakes this free throw and everybody jumps. Big Mac stuck it out there.
Not very funny, that man, Jack Ramsey, nor Bob McAdoo. That's the second time it's happened, and the players have all complained about it.
That could be it. Going to be awful touch for the 76ers to catch Buffalo now, a 3-point lead with 17 seconds left, but they have come back, and now they call a timeout with 17 seconds on the game clock in overtime. The Buffalo Braves possibly winning for a second time on the away court in a best-of-3 series. The odds against that astronomical. They played the 76ers here 4 times in the regular season, lost all 4. And now in the playoffs when they had to win, they won 1 game here, the only other one they played, and they could very well win this one. The odds are on it, the Buffalo will.
Don, the reason that happens, I think, in playoffs, and particularly when you have teams that are not maybe the top 2 teams in the league, usually these other teams have defensive problems, and Philadelphia, one of the problems all year long has been their defense, and when you give up 122 points, even though the game is in overtime, you're going to have a chance to get beat.
Jerry, in 14 years in the NBA, you played, I don't know how many 7th games of championship series, and we We've talked about this before in different games. Just the whole tenor of the crowd, the whole aura of NBA playoff basketball. The press is up. The fans are up. It really is a second and new season.
Don, you tell yourself, boy, I'm so glad that other season was over with. I'm tired. I'm worn out. You get 1 day's rest, and you go right back at these guys, and you just seems like you found a new body to take you through the playoffs with. And it is remarkable that these guys can play as hard as they have and then come in the playoffs and give an effort like this right on through the playoffs.
Boy, it is. I'll tell you. More than I can handle sitting here.
Philadelphia again now. They need another quick shot here, and then they're going to have to put on the press and try to steal the ball.
They're going to Lloyd free. He drives in. Tripped. He was Randy Smith looks at it like, who, me? In the other game, we'll watch this replay first. Whoops, little foot ski.
That's allowed in outdoor basketball, not in the NBA. But that's the one thing you don't want to do when you got a close ball. You just don't want to foul, and Buffalo put themselves in a precarious position again by fouling. You have a chance to set up your press here in this situation.
One more shot. One more shot, says Jake O'Donnell, working the game with Manny Sokol. John Nucatola and Commissioner Larry O'Brien, all the people in the NBA office must be awful pleased with the way this game and the officiating and everything about it has gone. It's been some NBA showcase. 14 seconds to go, 1-point game again, and Buffalo put it in bounds. This is unbelievable, this thing.
Take it from Dave Lennox. To efficiently air condition or heat your home, you need two things: quality built equipment and expert installation. Your local factory-trained Lennox dealer assures you of both. Something else, your Lennox dealer is unique. He deals directly with Lennox, no middleman, and that can save you money too. So for energy-saving comfort year-round, call your nearby Lennox dealer, no matter where you live. He's in the yellow pages.
Attaboy, Dave.
Roundup. It's a nice word for long days sitting in a hard saddle and long nights sleeping on the hard ground. But now comes Miller time, and those are beautiful words for the time when you head for the best tasting beer you can find. America's quality beer, Miller High Life.
If you got the time, we got the beer, Miller Beer.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular.
Foul. Again, we're just underway. 9:55. Here is Al Eberhard. Back to Chris Ford. Gary Brokaw, who's been red hot, gives him up to Brian Winters, and here comes Lanier. Lanier moves up with a shot off the glass, and now let's go back to Don Criqui and Jerry Weston, Philadelphia.
Thank you, Brent. Back here, by George, we have got some basketball game. It is in overtime, 2:52 left to play. A basketball game that saw the Buffalo Braves and the Philadelphia 76ers tied 32-32 at the end of the first quarter. At the half, with great team play in the second quarter, Philadelphia built up a 9-point lead. They quickly opened up a 13-point advantage in the third quarter. And then Buffalo rallied back. At the end of the third quarter, Philadelphia's lead was just 2 points, 89-87. Then Buffalo came from behind, took a 5-point lead in the fourth quarter. Philadelphia rallied back. Doug Collins hit a shot, and then with 1 second to go after Philadelphia taking a 2-point lead, Bob McAdoo hit the one-and penalty to tie the game at 1:11. Now we're in overtime, and Buffalo has been dominant so far, but still we have 2:50 to play in the game, and Philadelphia has the ball.
A lot of time to go, but Philadelphia's going to have to score this time down.
They really feel they have to get a hoop here.
That's right.
They go to their ace, Doug Collins. Too much on it. McAdoo gets the rebound. And Buffalo quietly brings it up the floor. Philadelphia's not pressing on defense as they did. They're giving Randy Smith time to bring it up at his leisure. I tell you, when he's not at his leisure, the guy looks like a blue darter out there.
You can imagine when he's going full blast.
Yeah, he can run 40 miles an hour. They say the only thing in Buffalo faster than Randy Smith are Bob McAdoo's 3 Afghans.
That was a crucial turnover down there for Buffalo, and now Philadelphia again has a chance to get back in this ball game.
118 to 113. Buffalo did not get a shot off within the allotted 24 seconds. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes. Here's a foul on Dick Gibbs.
121.
Dick Gibbs gets the personal foul. He's about the only guy out there without a problem now. It's only a second. They bring the ball inbounds. It is 118 to 113. Buffalo with a 5-point lead in overtime. 1:50 left to play in the overtime. Fred Carter, who's been tough on the outside, working the ball in against Dick Gibbs. Carter wants to put something up. He does, draws a foul. And Fred Carter came down hard on his hip. But he's a tough customer. You couldn't hurt him with a hammer.
But what's really happening now to Philadelphia's offense? If you look, Fred Carter's dribbling the ball. If you can see the whole court, every member of Philadelphia's team standing watching. They got to get movement in this situation. Too much dribbling, and it's just killed them late in this ball game.
What would you do now if you were coaching the 76ers? What would you do if you're on the floor now, controlling this offense?
What I would like to see happen is to try to run some quick screens, either away from the ball, have the center come out high, set a screen, try to run something away from the ball, maybe to free a Doug Collins because he likes to play with the ball. If that's not open, then Carter can come off the screen and take the shot. If they're doing it just simply one-on-one, and you get no body movement that way. Also, you get very, very poor rebounding position.
Want to give special thanks today to our very fine team in the truck, our producer, Tom O'Neill, our director, John McDonough Jr., our associate producer, Bob Stenner, Bob Dunphy, editing tape, Bill Barnes. Takes a lot of people to put one of these on.
It really does. And when they get it on the air and you see a ball game like this, it's all so well worthwhile.
Fred Carter is at the free throw line with 1:45 left to go. 118 to 115. He gets them both, and the Buffalo lead is cut to 3. We're in overtime. On the scoreboard clock here at the Spectrum, the defense sign starts blinking on as the 76ers fans pick up the chant. Jerry?
You know, Don, in situations like this, you'll have a lot of basketball players that don't even want to touch the basketball in a game like this.
Going to come inbounds to the 76ers. Randy Smith protesting, but not too much. Doesn't take long for that T made. Make that T sign real quick.
Every call now is crucial. Every play is crucial. There's so much time left for Philadelphia to get the lead in this ball game. Buffalo just has to take better care of the ball, and they have to get a good shot. Philadelphia has to do the very same thing.
118 to 115. Buffalo with a 3-point lead. The 76ers with the ball. They lost the first game of this best-of-3 series in their home court Thursday night. Then one on Buffalo scored Friday night. Fred Carter, Catchings gets the rebound. Ken Charles tips it away. Lots of guys dive for the ball, and who gets it? A loose ball foul is signaled, and Fred Carter is holding an ankle. There's a guy down for Buffalo out there. It looks like the big guy, McAdoo. Bob McAdoo is down, but I'll guarantee you he will be up like a greyhound. And Fred Carter's got an ankle problem. He's got... Let's see what happens here now.
I guarantee you with 2 free throws, Freddie Carter has no ankle problem. He'll be up there at the free throw line. They can't get him out of this ball game.
I tell you, if Buffalo wins it, they've done it the hard way, and certainly if Philadelphia wins it, they've done it the hard way. Buffalo's had the lead and has not been able to hold on. The 76ers have kept falling behind and rallying back, and now they can come to within 1 if Fred Carter can hit the shot and the penalty shot. Fred Carter with 30 points and 31. It's a 2-point game. In a moment, it could be a 1-point game. Fred Carter gets them both for the 76ers. 1 minute left to go in the overtime. 1 minute. 118 to 117 is the count. Randy Smith brings it all up court against Fred Carter. Dancing, jiving. He's going to take a shot. Oh! He threw in a prayer with 50 seconds left to go.
Don, it looks like when one team is going to make a move, the other team comes back and makes a very, very difficult shot. I don't know about these players, but I'm kind of emotionally worn out.
Tell you. One more overtime to carry me out of here. Fred Carter puts it up. Tapped up and in by Steve Mix. McAdoo is knocked to the floor, but no foul is called. Let's watch Steve Mix on the replay. Big play for Philadelphia. The 76ers are again back to within one. And Buffalo calls timeout with 28 seconds to play. 28 seconds to go and 17 seconds on the shot clock. So again, even in the overtime, even now into the 53rd minute of basketball in this game, we're going to come right down to the final second again.
Definitely recommend a Datsun from the experience that I've had. Well, when I originally bought the pickup, I thought I'd be able to put about 50,000 miles on it, and then I was figuring on trading it off. But it's got 118,000 miles on it now. It's been absolutely the most durable vehicle I've ever owned, and I'll definitely buy another one if it ever wear out.
2 tough Datsun pickups, 7-foot stretch and 6-foot standard. No wonder Datsun's America's #1 selling small pickup. Datsun saves.
Hey, we're almost home, gang.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Me too.
Well, I've got a surprise.
Look at this is cooking, it's a meal. Oh, real goodness from the Colonel, here's a meal. You want a good meal, but you don't want a fuss. Come to the people you know you can trust. Real goodness from Kentucky Fried Chicken.
You've got such a nice daddy.
Is there a Swifty muffler shop around here? I got the guarantee.
Nope.
What did I tell you?
We've got them all over back home.
This here ain't back home.
What do you do when you have muffler trouble?
We just mosey down to that Midas muffler shop.
What did
I tell you?
You never know where you'll be when you'll need a muffler. But you do know one of our 800 Midas muffler shops will be there. Maine to California and Canada too, we're specialists. We have to do a better job.
We got the OT going here at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. 27 seconds on the overtime clock, 17 seconds on the shot clock for Buffalo, and the Braves with a 1-point lead. Randy Smith with the ball. They set a double post down low. Shoemate and Adams. They go to McAdoo one-on-one with Catchings. He takes it inside. Foul on the play, and Big Mac will go to the free throw line with 17 seconds on the game clock.
Don, do you think Buffalo knows where their big man is? Every time they've got in trouble, he's given them something. He made the basket that put him back in the ball game, made 2 clutch free throws. Here he is fouled on the drive to the basket. Unbelievable
The big fellow
player.
from Greensboro, North Carolina, went to Vincennes Junior College in Indiana for 2 years. One of the great junior college basketball teams in the country, year in and year out. Then to North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Played there 1 year, signed as a hardship with Buffalo. McAdoo has put in 32 points. Teammate John Shoemate has 23. They thought he'd be in a hospital today, but he got out of that hospital bed. Jim McMillan fouled out, the captain of the Braves, with 25, and McAdoo has 22 rebounds. Oh, the Big Mac is so tough when the heat is on. 121 to 119. He can give Buffalo a 3-point advantage here. Look what he did.
Somebody's moving a basket underneath.
The woman shook the basket. Tried to give Mac a moving target.
You know, when he made the 2 free throws to tie the game, somebody moved the basket, too.
That looks like that old Harlem Globetrotter thing where the guy fakes this free throw and everybody jumps. Big Mac stuck it out there.
Not very funny, that man, Jack Ramsey, nor Bob McAdoo. That's the second time it's happened, and the players have all complained about it.
That could be it. Going to be awful touch for the 76ers to catch Buffalo now, a 3-point lead with 17 seconds left, but they have come back, and they have come back, and now they call a timeout with 17 seconds on the game clock in overtime. The Buffalo Braves possibly winning for a second time on the away court in a best-of-3 series. The odds against that astronomical. They played the 76ers here 4 times in the regular season, lost all 4. And now in the playoffs, when they had to win, they won 1 game here, the only other one they played, and they could very well win this one. The odds are on it. The Buffalo will.
Don, the reason that happens, I think, in playoffs, and particularly when you have teams that are not maybe the top 2 teams in the league, usually these other teams have defensive problems, and Philadelphia, one of the problems all year long has been their defense, and when you give up 122 points, even though the game is in overtime, you're going to have a chance to get beat.
Jerry, in 14 years in the NBA, you played in I don't know how many seventh games of championship series, and we've talked about this before in different games, just the whole tenor of the crowd, the whole aura of NBA playoff basketball. The press is up, the fans are up. It really is a second and new season.
Don, you tell yourself, boy, I'm so glad that other season was over with. I'm tired, I'm worn out. You get 1 day's rest, and you go right back at these guys, and you just seems like you found a new body to take you through the playoffs with. And it is remarkable that these guys can play as hard as they have and then come in the playoff and give an effort like this right on through the playoffs.
Boy, it is. I'll tell you. More than I can handle sitting here.
Philadelphia again now. They need another quick shot here, and then they're going to have to put on the press and try to steal the ball.
They're going to Lloyd free. He drives in. Tripped. He was Randy Smith looks at it like, who, me? In the other game, we'll watch this replay first. Whoops, little foot ski.
That's allowed in outdoor basketball, not in the NBA. But that's the one thing you don't want to do when you got a close ball. You just don't want to foul, and Buffalo put themselves in a precarious position again by fouling. You have a chance to set up your press here in this situation.
One more shot. One more shot, says Jake O'Donnell, working the game with Manny Sokol. Hey, John Nucatola and Commissioner Larry O'Brien, all the people in the NBA office must be awful pleased with the way this game and the officiating and everything about it has gone. It's been some NBA showcase. 14 seconds to go, 1-point game again, and Buffalo put it in bounds. This is unbelievable, this thing.
Take it from Dave Lennox. To efficiently air condition or heat your home, you need two things: quality built equipment and expert installation. Your local factory-trained Lennox dealer assures you of both. Something else, your Lennox dealer is unique. He deals directly with Lennox, no middleman, and that can save you money too. So for energy-saving comfort year-round, call your nearby Lennox dealer, no matter where you live. He's in the yellow pages.
Attaboy, Dave.
Roundup. It's a nice word for long days sitting in a hard saddle and long nights sleeping on the hard ground. But now comes Miller time, and those are beautiful words for the time when you head for the best tasting beer you can find. America's quality beer, Miller High Life.
If you got the time, we got the beer, Miller Beer.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular will present the National Indoor Swimming Championships from Long Beach, California.
.122 to 121. 14 seconds left in overtime. The Buffalo Braves with a 1-point lead. If they win, they go against the Boston Celtics. And the loser is, as we've mentioned, out of the whole thing. Done for the year. Back in August for warm-up.
Don, the danger here now for Buffalo is if they turn the ball over, Philadelphia has a chance to win the ball game, but also if they foul Philadelphia, if they miss one free throw, Philadelphia has a chance to tie the ball game again. So those last two free throws by Lloyd Free, very crucial.
Yes, this has had it all. Boy, they're having trouble bringing it in. They bring it into Randy Smith. Goes to Ken Charles. They're trying to foul. Then Freddie Carter made the diving tackle. Ken Charles is on the floor across the way. They want to foul Smith. He's not shot the free throw that well late in the season. 7 seconds left.
Don, you know, when they're trying to foul like that, I don't understand why they don't foul right away. They always let them, they ran off 7 seconds on the clock, and if they knew they were going to foul him, why not foul right away?
Well, the first foul was against Ken Charles, who was knocked down. That's the one they called. So Kenny Charles will go to the free throw line for Buffalo.
These coaches are moving guys in and out like it's a chess match out here today. I've never seen so many guys in and up off the bench.
7 seconds left, 122 to 121 in overtime. Buffalo with a 1-point lead and Charles at the free throw line. He gets it. Now, Philadelphia probably can do no better now. Charles had missed this one and sent it into another overtime. You get the play-by-play for that 5 minutes.
I don't think either one of them is going to be able to talk.
That's it. That'll do it. Buffalo's going to advance against Boston. 5 seconds. Lloyd free coming down on the charge. They'll let him go right in. Puts it up and good. Time has run out. The game is over. The Buffalo Braves win it in a spectacular comeback. McAdoo just slammed the ball off the floor to hit the lights. 124 to 123. And they're out on the streets in Buffalo on Delaware Avenue, on Elmwood Avenue, ripping it up.
Toro engineers go to this estate in Newport, Rhode Island to show how the Grassmaster combines everything you'd expect in Toro's finest mower. You get Toro's exclusive high-torque engine. And watch how the spacious rear bag frees you to maneuver on tight turns and along edges. Grassmaster, the finest mower Toro's ever engineered. Innovative engineering is what makes a Toro a Toro. Haven't you done without a Toro long enough?
Who is that Dusty in the beer, anyhow?
Man, is it hot. You know how those horses act out.
When you have to get the beer, don't fool around. Get the beer named after the city that means beer, Old Milwaukee. It's a tough name to live up to, but Old Milwaukee tastes as great as its name.
Great beer, Dusty. But what took you so long?
Well, I want to tell you, little fella, I got bushwhacked at the pass.
Back at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, spectacular afternoon of basketball, and it's really just beginning. Very shortly, we're going to be switching to Milwaukee, where the Pistons and Bucks are underway in their third and deciding game. A great performance by Bob McAdoo, 34 points, about 26 rebounds. John Shumate with 23 points, out of a hospital bed to do it. McMillan with 25 before he fouled out. Randy Smith with 27. And for the 76ers, Freddie Carter, firing up time and again to bring the Sixers back with 32. And Collins with 25. There's the final. Buffalo advances. Philadelphia's out. Now let's go to Brent Musburger in Milwaukee.
All right, it is 32 to 27 here on this Easter Sunday in the first quarter. The showdown series between the Detroit Pistons, who are in the dark jerseys on the left, the Milwaukee Bucks in the white, trail it 34-27. So far, Mindy Rudolph, it has been a game just as we expected it to go. Detroit coach Herb Brown took away Gary Brokaw by switching Chris Ford over on defense. Brokaw went out, and Jimmy Price, number 15, is now in at guard. Also on the offensive boards, Detroit has been dominating just as they did in the first 2 games of the series, which were split. So far, it has been a home team advantage series. Here's Detroit, the big guy, Bob Lanier. Missing with a hook shot, and again at the offensive boards, that is Curtis Rowe. 36-27, just seconds left here in the first quarter of the Milwaukee Arena. Brian Winters at the buzzer, got it. He puts it in for Milwaukee. It is 36-29. And Milwaukee coach Larry Costello brings the Bucks over to the sidelines. Kirby Brown, who took this team over in January and has done a splendid job down the stretch, talks to the Pistons.
You'll see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA. When you watch the NBA on CBS.
Hey kids, come on over and try this one on
In
for
your
size.
shopping list of what you want in an economy car, be sure to include all these standard features. All 4 Datsun 710s have them. Plus, room for the kids and the performance of a race-bred engine. Check the competition. They don't come close. Datsun 710. No wonder Datsun cars and trucks are America's #1 selling import. Datsun saves. Test drive a 710 sedan hardtop or wagon with your family this week.
The NBA on CBS will continue after this word from your local station. What will your car run on when there's no more gasoline? 60 Minutes has an answer. Tonight at 7, 6 Central on CBS.
Harris, Pittsburgh Steelers.
The harder the competition, the harder you have to play.
Gary Hansen, TWA.
TWA is up against more competition than any other airline. So to get you to fly with us, we have to be better.
Rick Barry, Golden State Warriors.
What makes a winning team? Competitive spirit.
Captain Davis, TWA.
This team, they've got a lot of competitive spirit. That's why TWA is out to be the best on-time airline in the business.
Nolan Ryan, California Angels.
Keep coming up with something new. That's how you stay ahead.
Laura Kulak, TWA.
Only TWA gives you your choice of movies, plus something new. Sports films on all movie flights.
If you want to stay on top, you have to be better.
The TWA, being the best isn't everything. It's the only thing.
Channel 2, New York.
Well, again, Mindy, congratulations to the Buffalo Braves on that tremendous overtime victory. They advance in the NBA playoffs. And here in the Milwaukee Arena, we have just begun the second quarter. The Milwaukee Bucks on the attack. Brian Winters comes up against Archie Clark, who has just come off the bench. It is 36-29. Detroit leads. This is high noon for these two teams. On the turnaround, Price in and out. Money battling for the rebound and comes out for Detroit. Bucks rotate back on defense. Here is Howard Porter, number 54, with his jump shot. David Myers out to Bobby Dandridge, number 10, and Dandridge brings it down for the Bucks into the corner. George Trapp, who has just entered the game, came over. Brian Winters was out of bounds. The officials, Darrell Gerritsen just made that call, and Earl Strom, number 12, is working along with Darrell in this contest. And Mindy, we certainly want to pass along a very happy Easter to everyone, and we hope that they are able to spend a few hours with us this afternoon and enjoy these tremendous NBA playoffs here on CBS.
Hey, that first game that we saw was a dilly,
wasn't it? I just hope this one's as good. David Myers skies for Milwaukee, and here comes Brian Winters bringing it back down for the Bucks. Dandridge. Trapp came over and fouled him before he got the shot off.
Darrell Gerritsen very emphatic about that. It's important to see if the ball had left his hands first. But the big thing, the difference in this score so far, Brent, where we find a 36-29 advantage for Detroit, is the offensive rebound play of both clubs. Detroit has dominated the offensive board in the both previous games as well as this game, and almost every offensive board they've taken, they've converted into a field goal, therefore the lead.
Larry Costello, Mindy, has just sent Gary Brokaw in. He made the pass to Myers, who went up, and Roger Brown, number 20, got him.
Number 20, Roger Brown. First personal, second.
We'll pick this up on the slow motion now. The pass goes into Myers wide open, and a poor foul by Roger Brown. A possible three-point play. Those are good plays, but you just lay off. Give the guy the layup and forget about it. Lanier Mengelt will probably come back in here very soon, Brent.
You're right when you said bad foul on Brown, and Lanier is back up. He will come right in. The battle is won by Milwaukee, and Brian Winters outside. Elmore Smith goes up. Clark was there with him, and so was Howard Porter. And there is a foul against Detroit. It is on Archie Clark. That's his first, and already Detroit has picked up 3 quick fouls. Neither team went into the penalty situation early in the first quarter. But right now, as we begin the second, Detroit encounters foul trouble. And that can be so decisive in a playoff game down the stretch at the end of these quarters at the free throw line. Gary Brokaw, 36 points last Tuesday, passes off the Winters, who comes baseline back to Jimmy Fox, who has just come off the Milwaukee bench. David Myers comes in. He can't put it in. Still again, he's battling underneath the board.
They're going to call a jump ball on this. Of course, the hometown fans don't like it, but you got to give Myers a lot of credit. That's exactly what Milwaukee must do to stay in this ball game. They've got to rebound on the offensive boards. They've got to take a second shot, which they did not do in the first quarter.
The crowd not liking the jump ball call. They wanted a foul on Trapp. It is won by Dandridge on the turnaround for Milwaukee. Bob Lanier inside position on Fox with the rebound. Clark brings it back down for the Pistons. Brokaw cuts him off. Trapp comes baseline drive. Does not count. They have turned it over on the side. An offensive foul against George Trapp.
Good defensive position by Fox that time. Just blocking off the driving lane against Trapp, causing the contact.
Mindy, it's 36-31. Detroit up by 5 on the strength of that offensive rebounding that you were talking about. In particular, Curtis Rowe in the first period. Junior Bridgman passes it off to Gary Brokaw. Here is Winters. John Mingelt will watch Bryant, who goes left baseline jump shot.
He has been the driving force behind the offensive play of the Milwaukee Bucks. They depend an awful lot on him for scoring inside as well as outside.
Lanier with great range bounces it off to Rowe, and David Myers sort of stumbled into him and lost control of himself. He knew it was a foul. This is the first time, Mendy, that we've had a chance to broadcast a Milwaukee game this season, which means it is the first time that we've had the opportunity to watch Larry Costello coach a team recently that did not include the great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The 4 players that he brought over from Los Angeles, all young, and they have guided this team into the playoffs, even though they finished less than 500. But the Midwest Division was not strong this year. Archie Clark with a miss. Loose ball picked up on the move by Winters. Cross-court pass to Brokaw was deflected out of bounds. Trapp and Clark were there.
Detroit has not scored a point in the second quarter here. They have shut them out completely.
Larry Costello is up, and he'll bring the Bucks over to the sideline to talk to them. And they're, of course, the very familiar and always present clipboard. Over in the Detroit side, it's Herb Brown and Larry Jones who will be talking to the Pistons.
I really find my Datsun extremely durable. I drive it everywhere. I literally live in the car to a degree. And 247,000 miles on that Datsun, and it just keeps going and going and going and refuses to quit going. That's a durable car.
They're put together to stay together for Datsun savings that just won't quit. All 3 Datsun B210s deliver 41 miles per gallon highway, 29 city. Datsun saves.
Slow down, sis. Watch where you're going.
Sheriff, your new Johnson CB radio's coming in loud and clear.
I'm giving you one more warning, sis.
Johnson makes a very professional CB. Automatic speech compression, automatic noise limiting.
Remember, sis, be more careful. Now, let's get out of here.
Anything you say, Sheriff.
Keep in touch with the CB the professionals use. Johnson, the great American adventure.
10-4.
A Trailways bus has 2 things in common with European luxury sedans. One is independent torsion suspension on all wheels. Greyhound buses don't have this. Only Trailways does. Gives you the feeling of floating over the road. And the other thing, the enormous luxury one experiences when someone else is doing the driving.
David Myers has been a pleasant surprise. Mendy has been a bit of a disappointment ever since he injured himself driving against Tom Borwinkle of the Chicago Bulls.
That was in November, and he really hasn't been the same since. But so far, since he's been in this ball game, he's playing a great game for them so far.
One of the players that the Bucks got in the Abdul-Jabbar trade with the ball right now. Gives it off to Gary Brokaw, second-year pro from Notre Dame. A sensational playoff so far. Missed that time. Fox tips it right back to him, and Brokaw comes inside. John Mingelt with the rebound. Comes out on the dribble for the Pistons. Gives off to the big guy, Bob Lanier. Cross court, here's Archie Clark. Always in the playoffs. Puts one up, short, off the iron. Brokaw looks cross court's got Myers on the right ahead of him. Bad pass. On the turnover, here come the Pistons. Lead pass. Mingelt's got the hoop all alone.
Good defensive play by Detroit. A little sloppy by Milwaukee.
38-33. 9:06 to go in the second quarter. For the winner, it's the Golden State Warriors. The beginning of that series next week out in Oakland. Al Attles is here scouting this game. For the loser, an early vacation. Fox outside at the top of the circle.
There was a real mismatch. Mengel picked up Fox, and Fox can hit from out there, and he is dangerous when he gets around that circle.
Winters picks up Archie Clark. Clark is working in the Detroit backcourt with Crash Mingelt, one of the more entertaining players in the NBA. You'll see him all over the floor before this one's over. Right up on Fox, he went offense.
Like you were looking through a crystal ball. Crash Mengelt just crashed himself right into Fox, who had good defensive position on the baseline. And we'll pick this up on the replay. Mengelt, the driving lane is open for a second as Fox closes it off. Mengelt going to the hoop, picks up the offensive foul. And as we find the score, 38-35 with Detroit in the lead.
Aerosol. Not an economical way to apply deodorant. In fact, you'd use up this 4-ounce can of the leading aerosol, buy another, use it up, buy a third, use it up before you'd use up 1 2.5-ounce Speed Stick. Menon Speed Stick is solid deodorant. An even, effective layer of protection you apply directly. Nothing's wasted. That's why 1 million more Americans took our advice last year. They got off the can. They got on the stick.
The fuel-injected Datsun 280Z. Surely one of the world's great GTs. Reclining bucket seats, GT instrumentation, and performance handling. 204-seater. Datsun 280Z. Fuel injection perfection.
Next Saturday, CBS Sports Spectacular presents the $100,000 added Bluegrass Stakes, with Honest Pleasure competing in this last major race before the Derby.
Another one of the players that Milwaukee received from Los Angeles in the Abdul-Jabbar trade, Brian Winters, who already has put in 6 field goals. So offensively, Mindy, he's been keeping Larry Costello in this game.
Definitely keeping inside and outside, I might add. Depends upon who picks him up. He'll go down low. If Bunny's on him, with Mengel on him, he'll probably stay outside and feed the ball inside.
They can pull to within 1 point if they can convert. And here is Winters, left alone, 7 field goals.
He has definitely been the hub of the Milwaukee offense thus far.
Lanier out high, gives off to Mengel. 8:14 left in the first half. Here's Archie Clark facing the basket. Lob pass to the big guy. Winters drops back on the double team. Trap rotates over, uses the screen, and Winters got a hand on it. Bucks takes it back. Milwaukee can go ahead for the first time. Brokaw right down the center. Winters on the left. Comes over to the left-hand side. The circle, he's red hot.
Brian Winters has tremendous range. For an ordinary ball player, that would be out of anybody's range, but Brian Winters has it, and when he's open, he'll let it fly.
Detroit now will probably go to Lanier. Here it is. Double team. Myers got a hand on it. And a foul was called on Fox. They were double and triple teaming Lanier.
And you saw Winters just bounce off Lanier. He is a big guy.
Lanier is 6'11", 260. That, of course, Herb Brown, who a year ago at this time, Mindy Rudolph, was coaching the Tel Aviv Sabres in the European Basketball League, and Larry Costello, the only coach the Milwaukee Bucks have ever had. There have been rumors about Larry Costello, and we will dispel them before this broadcast is over. 7 minutes and 42 seconds to go. Milwaukee leads 39-38. Detroit can go back ahead, and it was Brokaw got a hand on the ball. Back now come the Bucks. They can go up by 3. Junior Bridgman to David Myers. Myers up, uses the glass. What an afternoon he's having. Coming off the bench, the former UCLA star, turning in perhaps his finest game in the last 3 months for Larry Costello. Clark comes around Lanier, comes to the right baseline, drives completely underneath the basket, loses control.
And how important is defense, and how important is adjustment to the personnel when Detroit has only scored 1 field goal here in the second quarter. It's an incredible display of defense by Milwaukee.
So while Milwaukee has tightened up, Mindy, as you say, on defense, they have been very tough down here at the offensive end. Jimmy Fox, who has replaced Elmore Smith, doing a job. Winters uses him to swing right and throw up the jump shot. He never keeps his tennis shoes on the court when he throws it up.
From any spot on the court, he is dangerous.
Here's 43-38 right now. 6 minutes and 49 seconds. Crowd in the arena, picking up the tempo. Want to see Milwaukee go on in the playoffs. Chris Ford against the shot clock, gives over to Everhart. Back to Chris Ford. Here is the big guy. Double team, gets inside, left-handed hook, and he hit it.
And when they're in trouble, they go to the big guy, Bob Lanier. He was double teamed that time, but still made the field goal.
It's 43-40, Milwaukee ahead. And we've got a timeout called by Larry Costello. Brian Winters, who has been red hot, leads them over to the Milwaukee bench. Head coach Larry Costello in the gray suit. You're looking at some of the fans in the arena.
Each year, for more than 30 years, one company has insured more cars than any other. State Farm. Why? Maybe it's the reputation that we have for low rates. Or maybe it's that people like being treated as neighbors, and they tell their neighbors.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. he's getting the most that life can give, and he gets it in hush puppies. Yeah, the man, he really knows how to live, and he does it in hush puppies. Now he's cool and he's happy day and night. The man is never uptight in hush puppies.
Cool Hush Puppies in special brushed pigskin that lets feet breathe. Yeah, breathe.
Now you can't be cool when your feet are uptight. Well, he's wearing hush puppies.
In 2 weeks, CBS Sports Spectacular presents the thrilling World's Championship Demolition Derby from Islip, New York.
Mindy, did you ever see a team work harder during practice than the Bucks did yesterday under Larry Costello, who is still diagramming?
We watched them yesterday, and he ran them through a series of maybe 6 or 7 plays. Now, I've heard tell that he may have maybe 60 to 70 plays in his playbook, but he primarily worked on 4 or 5 plays. One other thing about that practice that we attended yesterday, we also saw Detroit later in the day, and I must say that Detroit looked a lot looser in practice than Milwaukee did. They looked loosey-goosey with no pressure on them at all, and Milwaukee looked a little bit tight, although they're up by 3 right now.
Mindy, you know, there's a contrast in coaching styles. Herb Brown, the Detroit coach, I think is a much looser individual than Larry Costello. Right now, Costello's Bucks in the white jerseys have control. Harry Brokaw facing the basket. Milwaukee leads it by 3. Shot clock goes down. They'll have to hurry. Myers outside. Lanier with the rebound. Chris Ford will put it on, bring it up, pass off to Eric Money. Here's Curtis Rowe. Inside pass to Lanier, but the whistle was blown before Lanier fired off the shot. Elmore Smith, who just came off the Milwaukee bench, picked up that foul.
Happy Easter, little girl. What a pretty little girl. Now, that's a smart foul that Elmore Smith just committed, because if you're going to commit fouls, make sure they cut off a basket, which he just did against Bob Lanier. He had an easy layup coming.
5:55 to go in the first half. Curtis Rowe waits in Lanier, who has great range outside. Puts it up. Not there. And Al Eberhard at the offensive board and a miss. The battle underneath. We've got a jump ball. David Myers. He has come to play this afternoon, Mindy.
Let me point something out here about this offensive rebounding. I've often talked about timing and position. Now, the one thing that Milwaukee does not do on the offensive boards, they do not get position. Now, you watch Detroit when they get on the offensive rebound. They'll get inside their defensive player as close to the baseline as they can, and they will control the board. That's what's happening out here.
Jump won by Milwaukee. There are the turnovers so far. Rice off to Brokaw. Starts to move to the hoop from Copeland. Beautiful shot. He was under control all the way. Gary Brokaw hits the field goal to put Milwaukee up by 5. Eberhard waits. Ford comes over to that side. Eric Money moves in toward the basket. He's left all alone. Not there, and David Myers was fouled by Curtis Rowe. A loose ball foul as Myers hit the boards.
Let's watch this basket by Brokaw as he drives the lane under control, as you mentioned, all the way, and just lining the ball up with a little higher trajectory, I might add, to get away from the block by Lanier that time. Brokaw was shut off pretty much the first quarter, but he's coming to life right now.
Bobby Dandridge has just checked back in for Milwaukee. They can go up by 7, Mindy. That would be their biggest lead here in the first half. Junior Bridgman, who can play both guard and forward, goes to the basket.
I'll tell you, after being down by 11 and now up by 7, that's an 18-point swing. And that is tremendous offensive display, as well as good defense by Milwaukee.
5 minutes exactly left in the first half. Outside, Chris Ford hits.
Chris Ford. 47-42.
Brokaw brings it up against backcourt pressure from Eric Money of the Pistons. Bounces it off to Bobby Dandridge, and Rowe waits in. Elmore Smith comes out for the pick. Dandridge did not get the pass back to Elmore Smith quick enough on the pick and roll. Around comes Bridgman. Bounces off of Money. Comes up with the jump shot. Lanier battling Dandridge underneath, and he's got a jump ball.
I'll tell you, they're going to go 48 minutes all out. There's no tomorrow, and all these teams you were seeing today, it's either pack your bags or go home.
There it is.
Look at
again.
that fierce rebounding. Wow.
Jump won by Detroit. They bring it up. Now we've got 4:30 left in the first half. George Trapp will come up with a jump shot.
Not very much on defense, Brent, but that's what they need, some power here to score. And Trapp is a streak shooter, as everyone knows. He can put them up.
Herb Brown is exerting a lot of pressure in the backcourt right now, Mindy. He's got Money and Ford defensively against Bridgman and Brokaw, so Myers comes down to help out.
Number 32,
Trapp slides in, and so Brian Winters comes off Larry Costello's bench. And apparently he cannot enter the game just now, Mindy, according to Darrell.
Winters cannot enter the game at this point.
Dandridge takes the pass and gives it back to Bridgman.
There was a reason for that substitution not being allowed, because he'd already given the ball to Brokaw, rather to Bridgman, and once you do, everything is off at that point.
Bridgman started his move, and he committed an offensive foul, just swinging the left arm out in front of him. So on the offense, the ball comes over to Detroit, and now they can pull to within 1 point. Watch again.
He has learned a veteran move now. A rookie, there it is, right around. And also, Chris Ford got banged on the head by Elmore Smith.
Trapp comes out, lets Money slide around him, and then faces. He'll take his second shot in less than seconds. Comes back up with an offensive rebound. Fake once, back up. Not there, Dandridge. Now with a defensive board. 3:56 to go. 47-44. First half of the Milwaukee Arena. Bucks have been moving the ball extremely well here in the second quarter. Winters.
Unbelievable.
He is 10 of 13.
We saw at practice yesterday where they anticipated taking Money down low, and that's exactly what happened in that play. Larry Costello worked on that play, and Brian Winters will take Money down low every opportunity he can. Let's look for it.
Here's Lanier taking a pass, double-teamed as Dandridge jumps back on him. Dandridge still there. Knocked it out of his hands. Elmore Smith hits Brokaw. Back come the Bucks. 3-on-2. Brokaw off to Dandridge. He traveled. Gary Brokaw turned it over.
One extra step. He didn't know whether to pass it off to Winters on his right wing or to give it to Dandridge on his left wing. Of course, that little hesitation caused the turnover.
Herb Brown, the Detroit coach, looks on. His team now can cut that Milwaukee lead to 3 points if they can convert here. 3:12 left. Pass inside of the big man. Lanier, left-handed hook. Rowe and Myers took it away from him. I want to tell you, David Myers came to play. Lead pass, Elmore off his hand. Does not have the best hands among centers in the NBA. Misses for the jump shot, and Bobby Dandridge went up and committed a loose ball foul, battling for the rebound. That is the second personal against Bobby Dandridge and the fourth team foul against the Bucks. Eric Money from the left side comes across to Chris Ford. Gets Brokaw off the floor. Dandridge jumps out. Lanier takes the shot off the top and out of play.
A good switching defense that time by Milwaukee, picking up the open man and giving Lanier the outside shot, forcing him away from the basket.
Money and Ford again in the backcourt. 49-44. So three of the players who came from L.A. are on the floor right now. Brian Winters, David Myers, and Elmore Smith. Junior Bridgman is over on the bench. Here's Winters. Top of the circle goes back to the right side. They've got to watch him, and they do. Myers inside, and Lanier was there, but it counts. Goaltending against Bob Lanier.
And Brian Winters makes this play possible with his great ball handling and looking for the open man. He finds Myers open with the mismatch, and there's the goaltending off the glass. Once it hits that glass, it's hands off.
Mendy, we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first half. 51-44. Money with a good fake on Winters. He puts it in.
51-46.
5-point lead. Money tried to come out, and Winters kept it. Here's Brokaw in the lane. Taken off by Trapp. Lead pass. It's 3-on-1. Only Dandridge back. Money off to Rowe. Rowe slides it in. Lead pass as the Bucks come back quickly. 51-48 right now. A 3-point Milwaukee lead, and Brokaw wants to set something up. Here is Dandridge. Elmore comes out to pick on Rowe. Dandridge takes Rowe down to the baseline. Wants to try to rotate around him. Turns around with a jump shot.
Bob Dandridge going 1-on-1. Now, he'll give you a little bump before he goes up for that jump shot. It's very, very difficult to block because he shoots it from so way back on his head.
Still a 5-point lead. Wide open to Lanier. Elmore Smith was off of him. He was fronting him, and Lanier dropped back, and he had an easy one. And Herb Brown did not appreciate some action he saw away from the ball. That's why he was yelling that time after the basket. He wanted a foul call. Now here's Eric Money. The Pistons on the run here in the late stages of the first half. Chris Ford comes back to tip it in. It's 53-52, a 1-point game.
And if there's one player that can turn the Detroit pitchers on, it's Eric Money. He can lead the fast break. He has the speed. He can penetrate. He can hand off. That's why they've closed the gap here.
Inside of a minute right now. It's a one-point basketball game. Brokaw gets around Money and lays it up. Pretty move. Ball wouldn't go. Elmore Smith offense.
There was no way Elmore was going to miss that one. He was going to dunk it, and no one was going to stop it.
Pistons can move to within 1 point here. 40 seconds on the clock. Rose throws it up.
Nice play.
And he was fouled.
We'll pick up
Myers
this dunk by Elmore Smith. Off the miss. Elmore wide open. He knows Lanier's behind him, protects his body, and there was just no way anybody was going to block that shot.
Mindy, I hope our director, Sandy Grossman, and our producer, Chuck Milton, can get us a real tight shot of David Myers' face. I don't think this season long I have ever seen an athlete in the NBA play with the intensity that he is demonstrating right now. It reminds me so very much of the night he played for UCLA against Kentucky in the NCAA final. He is a truck when he wants to bring it to you, and he has not been aggressive the last couple of months, but what a performer he's been. He's helped so much on the boards, which is where Larry Costello was suffering.
2 for 1. You talk about suffering on the board in the first 2 games. Detroit had 35 offensive rebounds to Milwaukee's 9 offensive rebounds, and that's what Myers is doing today. He's controlling Detroit off the offensive board and protecting that ball.
Right now, Mindy, Milwaukee leads it by a point and 30 seconds to go in the first half from the arena. Great halftime coming up with Red Auerbach and a look at the Golden State Warriors. Here's David Myers, pass inside to Elmore. Had it knocked away by Lanier. Milwaukee retains control, and Lanier sliced into it.
We're in the penalty situation.
How many is that? 3 fouls or 2?
20 seconds, 3.
2 fouls on Lanier, the scorer tells me across the way.
And I'll tell you, Brent, on that last play, Bob Lanier gave him an arm chop, a little karate chop, of course accidental, but some of the nerve ends must be a little still in his arm. Trainer working on Elmore Smith. That's his non-shooting arm, so it's not that difficult a problem.
I mentioned Larry Costello. As you take a look at Herb Brown, the Detroit coach, what an interesting matchup this is, because it has been rumored that both coaches' jobs are on the line here this afternoon in Milwaukee. Well, we have been told that Larry Costello will be rehired, that it will be a unanimous vote by the board of directors, that there is absolutely no question about Larry Costello losing his job here in Milwaukee. If he wants it, he can come back and coach the Bucks regardless of what you have heard or read. However, Herb Brown, if he can win today, there is no way he'll lose his job in Detroit. But if they should lose this game, then there is a slight question about his future. But there is no doubt that Herb Brown and Larry Jones have done a fine job with the Pistons as they came down the stretch. Right now, their team trails Milwaukee 55-54. Just seconds to go. Lanier. There was contact as he came up with that left-handed hook shot.
Detroit was looking for the last shot. They might have taken it. Milwaukee will only have 3 seconds to inbound the play, and Lanier has really lost his touch. He feels like he should have made that. He has only had 2 field goals this particular quarter, and that is way below average for Bob Lanier.
Herb Brown yelling instructions. That is the 3rd foul, Mindy, on Elmore Smith. He will go out, and Jim Fox checks back in. Fox is one of those great unsung players in the NBA. Elmore Smith again receiving treatment over on the sideline. Mindy, as you pointed out, some of the nerve endings there in that left arm may have been deadened a bit when Lanier powdered him down there.
Let me tell you, when you take a chop from Lanier, you've got to feel something.
You better believe it.
And if you don't feel it, you're going to feel nothing afterwards.
6'11", 255. There's that arm.
Looks like they got what we used to call the crazy bone.
All right, 2 for 1.
That's a terrible feeling in your hands. You ever get hit in the elbow there, Brent? It really deadens everything in your fingers.
I was a coward, so I avoided all that contact. At the buzzer, Bridgman gets it off. Not there. It's 56-55. Lanier at the line has put Detroit ahead. Herb Brown walks off, and we take another look at Mr. Intensity here in the first half. Folks, David Myers came to play.
You'll see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA. When you watch the NBA on CBS.
You've got a mile of boxcars chasing you home. It's getting close to the end of the line. You can almost taste what's coming because the next stop is called Miller Time.
time to head for the best tasting beer you can find. America's quality beer, Miller High Life.
If you've got the time, we got the beer, Miller Beer.
Hi, gang. No, this ain't a beer. It's STP oil treatment. I take care of my own cars, and I've been using STP for the last 10 years. The troops at STP tell me it makes your oil tougher, even a premium 10W40. And it helps reduce engine wear and you burn less oil. What I'm telling you is it works. And you can take that to the bank.
If you couldn't register to vote last time around, do it this time around. If you couldn't register to vote last time around, do it this time around.
Brought to you by the National Basketball Association as a public service.
Red Auerbach on Round Ball. Red Auerbach on Round Ball is sponsored by Consolidated Cigar Corporation, makers of Dutch Masters cigars.
Ross Billings of Dutch Masters Cigars is in charge of curing the world's most expensive to-grow wrapper tobacco. Instruments in the dark curing sheds can tell him a lot, but only his master's nose can tell the moment great tobacco says it is ready to be a Dutch Master cigar.
That's beautiful.
Now you know why a Dutch Masters like our president tastes so good. They really are masters at Dutch Masters.
There we go. Now, what good is possession of the ball? What good is great defense if you got a big man that may throw the ball away? Now, we have Wes Unseld, in my opinion, the best passing big man in the game today. Guarding Elvin Hayes, also from the Washington Bullets. Clem Haskins on the defense from the Bullets, and Mike Reardon also from the Bullets. Now, what we're trying to do is to show that even though you're a good rebounder and get the ball, it's too easy to throw away. Now, we just demonstrated Wes Unseld throwing the ball on a two-handed outlet pass. Now, Wes, how do you feel about that? How do you prefer to throw it?
Well, Red, I think I would rather come down on the floor, get my position, and then make the pass.
Well, that's an interesting point, because a lot of kids that throw it in the air, they throw it as they get the ball, and they don't look, and they throw it away. So your most important point is to lift your head up first, see what you're going to do, and then make the throw.
That's right.
All right, now, Mike, take the shot again. You got him, Clem. Wes, do it this time with the one hand. All right. All right, just a little sidebar here. Now, you notice that Clem Haskins, who was guarding Mike Reardon on the play, as soon as that shot went up and he saw that Wes was going to get the rebound, he immediately went from the defense to the offense on the side, knowing that Wes Unseld will get him the ball. All right, now let's go into a pivot. You're in a pivot, Wes. You got the offense. Mike, you're on the defense. Now, watch how a big man operates from the pivot. All right, now that's a little shovel pass. Now, you notice when Wes threw that pass, he didn't hit him with the ball, but you notice how he just gave it a little shovel pass. Very simple. What's your objective when you're making a little simple play like that?
Well, to give the man a good pass.
Exactly.
The other thing is to hide that ball. Don't let this man behind me see what I'm going to do with it.
That's right. In other words, you're protecting it with your elbows and your body, and you're hiding the ball. Now, that's a good point. Okay, cut by him again. Now, watch this pass. Now there's a little hook pass. Beautiful play. A simple over-the-head pass. What is the objective of all passing? Somebody's got to catch it. You don't want to see how strong you are, how tough you are, how hard you can throw the ball. You want him to catch it. That's the purpose of it. Now, you fans out there, remember one thing. Possession of this ball.
Money and Ford again in the backcourt, 49-44. So three of the players who came from L.A. are on the floor right now. Brian Winters, David Myers, and Elmore Smith. Junior Bridgman is over on the bench. Here's Winters. Top of the circle, goes back to the right side. They've got to watch him, and they do. Myers inside, and Lanier was there, but it counts. Goaltending against Bob Lanier.
And Brian Winters makes this play possible with a straight ball handling and looking for the open man. He finds Myers open with the mismatch, and there's the goaltending off the glass. Once it hits that glass, it's hands off.
Mendy, we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the first half. 51-44. Money with a good fake on Winters. He puts it in.
51-46.
5-point lead. Money tried to come out, and Winters kept it. Here's Brokaw in the lane. Taken off by Trapp. Lead pass. It's 3-on-1. Only Dandridge back. Money off to Rowe. Rowe slides it in. Lead pass as the Bucks come back quickly. 51-48 right now. A 3-point Milwaukee lead, and Brokaw wants to set something up. Here is Dandridge. Elmore comes out to pick on Rowe. Dandridge takes Rowe down to the baseline. Wants to try to rotate around him. Turns around with a jump shot.
Bob Dandridge going one-on-one. Now he'll give you a little bump before he goes up for that jump shot. It's very, very difficult to block because he shoots it from so way back on his head.
Still a 5-point lead. Wide open to Lanier. Elmore Smith was off of him. He was fronting him, and Lanier dropped back, and he had an easy one. And Herb Brown did not appreciate some action he saw away from the ball. That's why he was yelling that time after the basket. He wanted a foul call. Now here's Eric Clinton. The Pistons on the run here in the late stages of the first half. Chris Ford comes back to tip it in. It's 53-52, a 1-point game.
And if there's one player that can turn the Detroit pitches on, it's Eric Clinton. He can lead the fast break. He has the speed. He can penetrate. He can hand off. That's why they've closed the gap here.
Inside of a minute right now. It's a 1-point basketball game. Brokaw gets around Money and lays it up. Pretty move. Ball wouldn't go. Elmore Smith offense.
There was no way Elmore was going to miss that one. He was going to dunk it, and no one was going to stop it.
Pistons can move to within 1 point here. 40 seconds on the clock. Oh, throws it up.
Nice play.
And he was fouled.
We'll pick up
Myers
this dunk by Elmore Smith. Off the miss. Elmore wide open. He knows Lanier's behind him, protects his body, and there was just no way anybody was going to block that shot.
Mindy, I hope our director, Sandy Grossman, and our producer, Chuck Milton, can get us a real tight shot of David Myers' face. I don't think this season long I have ever seen an athlete in the NBA play with the intensity that he is demonstrating right now. It reminds me so very much of the night he played for UCLA against Kentucky in the NCAA final. He is a truck when he wants to bring it to you, and he has not been aggressive the last couple of months, but what a performer he's been. He's helped so much on the boards, which is where Larry Costello was suffering.
2 for 1. You talk about suffering on the board in the first 2 games. Detroit had 35 offensive rebounds to Milwaukee's 9 offensive rebounds, and that's what Myers is doing today. He's controlling Detroit off the offensive board and protecting that ball.
Right now, Mindy, Milwaukee leads it by a point and 30 seconds to go in the first half from the arena. Great halftime coming up with Red Auerbach and a look at the Golden State Warriors. Here's David Myers, pass inside to Elmore. Had it knocked away by Lanier. Milwaukee retains control, and Lanier sliced into it.
We're in the penalty
Bob,
situation.
How many is that? 3 fouls or 2? 2 fouls on Lanier, the scorer tells me across the way.
And I'll tell you, Brent, on that last play, Bob Lanier gave him an arm chop, a little karate chop, of course accidental, but some of the nerve ends must be a little still in his arm. Trainer working on Elmore Smith. That's his non-shooting arm, so it's not that difficult a problem.
I mentioned Larry Costello. As you take a look at Herb Brown, the Detroit coach, what an interesting matchup this is, because it has been rumored that both coaches' jobs are on the line here this afternoon in Milwaukee. Well, we have been told that Larry Costello will be rehired, that it will be a unanimous vote by the board of directors, that there is absolutely no question about Larry Costello losing his job here in Milwaukee. If he wants it, he can come back and coach the Bucks regardless of what you have heard or read. However, Herb Brown, if he can win today, there is no way he'll lose his job in Detroit. But if they should lose this game, then there is a slight question about his future. But there is no doubt that Herb Brown and Larry Jones have done a fine job with the Pistons as they came down the stretch. Right now, their team trails Milwaukee 55-54. Just seconds to go. Lanier. There was contact as he came up with that left-handed hook shot.
Detroit was looking for the last shot. They might have taken it. Milwaukee will only have 3 seconds to inbound the play, and Lanier has really lost his touch. He feels like he should have made that. He has only had 2 field goals this particular quarter, and that is way below average for Bob Lanier.
Herb Brown yelling instructions. That is the 3rd foul, Mindy, on Elmore Smith. He will go out, and Tim Fox checks back in. Fox is one of those great unsung players in the NBA. Elmore Smith again receiving treatment over on the sideline. Mindy, as you pointed out, some of the nerve endings there on that left arm may have been deadened a bit when Lanier powdered him down there.
Let me tell you, when you take a chop from Lanier, you've got to feel something.
You better believe it,
And
huh?
if you don't feel it, you're going to feel nothing afterwards.
6'11", 255. There's that arm.
Looks like they got what we used to call the crazy bone.
All right, 2 for 1.
That's a terrible feeling in your hands. You ever get hit in the elbow there, Brent? It really deadens everything in your fingers.
I was a coward, so I avoided all that contact. At the buzzer, Bridgman gets it off. Not there. It's 56-55. Lanier at the line has put Detroit ahead. Herb Brown walks off, and we take another look at Mr. Intensity here in the first half. Folks, David Myers came to play.
You'll see the best in basketball when you watch the NBA. When you watch the NBA on CBS.
You've got a mile of boxcars chasing you home. It's getting close to the end of the line. You can almost taste what's coming because the next stop is called Miller Time. Time to head for the best tasting beer you can find. America's quality beer, Miller High Life.
If you've got the time, we got the beer. Miller Beer.
Hi, gang. No, this ain't a beer. It's STP oil treatment. I take care of my own cars, and I've been using STP for the last 10 years. The troops at STP tell me it makes your oil tough.